Hello everyone. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hello everyone. Welcome back to another stream. Hope you're doing well as always. So I went through a ton of my settings and I think I've fixed all of my residual audio visual issues. So hopefully everything will be crystal clear, both in terms of image and sound. So Tia Marillion, Ponyboy, Mortis, Nightmare Maniac, Mr. Jigalag, Jordo, Scowlezy, Galamoth, Galaxy Dragon, Red Knight, Cryptic Stench, 1-star rating, Black Man, welcome on into the stream. Nice to have all of you guys, especially so early. So yesterday on stream, we pretty much just continued with the first part of the playthrough, going through a couple sections of Limgrave. So we met Yura, we met Rena, and who else? We did the D stuff by Summon Water Village. I killed D so that way I could show off a little bit of something different with getting his armor set. Got my ass kicked by the Tree Sentinel, but then I got revenge at the end of the stream. My dog's being a goof. He's distracting me. Oh, I made him self-conscious? I'm sorry. What are you doing? Hey. Oh, that's what you're getting? Okay, here. So, we got our dogs like woolly boolies, which are essentially what I just call wool balls, like dryer balls, essentially. And they go crazy over them. And so, he somehow managed to like bury one in between the bed and the wall, and he was like trying to dig at it. So I thought he was just losing his damn mind, but I mean, he kind of is, but not exactly. Anyway. So we killed D to get the twinned armor set, because that way his brother will recognize us when we go back down there. We talked to Kale, we bought some things. And did I use all of my runes? Pretty much, okay. So the goal for now is to go back to Weeping Peninsula after the mines. Yeah, because I want to go to the mines to get upgrade materials and do the stuff with Arena/Hyetta while we can. We talked to Kenneth Height, so I suppose I may as well go to Fort Height on my way down there. And all of that. So, we didn't really do too much. A lot of it was just looking at lore, which isn't, too surprising, considering the nature of these streams. Oh yeah, Egg Heel is still up. I'm going to leave him up for now, because I don't feel like facing him. I also need to equip my Spirit Ashes, now that I think about it. So we're going to be rocking the Skeletal Militiamen because they're kind of OP as hell. So, Angry Age, nice to see you. Moth Crab, welcome on in. Killer Vic, Happy Hep. Ella's actually Marika? Oh no. She's obviously the Glowmite Queen. Alright. So, my first playthrough, I didn't come through this mine. And it really screwed me up, or the Limgrave tunnels, because, I did not have the requisite upgrade materials to get my weapon better than it could have been for quite a long time. And I say this constantly, but by the time I did come back through here, well, actually, I think I bought the bell bearing. And once I did that, I went from having a +2 weapon to a +14 weapon. I was facing the wrong way, I think. I don't think I should have been, though. So I do wish that it was a little bit smoother. I needed to face that way. I wish it was a bit smoother in terms of like how we got the upgrade materials. I wish more merchants had some available to buy. I think I didn't go high enough. Yeah, no, okay. And I also wish there was a little bit more variety in the tunnels themselves, or just like a lot of the non-legacy dungeon type side content that's just not the open world, because they get a bit too repetitive. You get too used to the room layouts. You're like, oh, okay, gotta jump down here. Yeah, okay, that's it. So this should have nothing. Alright. 1-star also likes the Bastard Sword. This is the Lord Soren Greatsword, which is very similar to the Bastard Sword. I haven't really used the Bastard Sword much. I think I might need to try that sometime, if for no other reason than just doing the Raging Wolf cosplay. So we just picked up some golden runes tier 4, which is not a big deal. And then Galamoth asks, is the Claymore better than the Bastard Sword? I don't know. I feel like they probably have very similar movesets, so it's pretty hard to say. And so as we come into the mines, or the tunnels, you will find the Glintstone Miners. They're pretty strong against slashing attacks. And they're... I'm pretty sure that these are weak to thrust, like Demon Soul style. But if not, I think blunt type damage might be the way to go. They can be pretty tanky, all things considered. My dog is still losing his mind. Has not settled down tonight. And I believe we've got a troll at the end of this dungeon. A fire troll? Or like a stone skin troll? I think he might use fire magic. I tend to forget what's in each specific mine, though. Hey Cosmos, nice to see you. Banish Greatsword Sweep. Galamoth can't choose between all the great swords. Everyone says a different one is the best. I think it really just comes down to individual preference for like most things weapon-wise. Although I'm definitely a Godslayer Greatsword enjoyer, if for no other reason than just like the lore of it. And just like Black Flames are cool as hell. I don't like the overhand R1, so I might just stick to R2s, I guess. Some more smithing stones. Hey Ding Dong, nice to see you again. You made a quality Faith build for your first run through, then you have Faith Arcane for farming the drip. Yeah, I do wish, so I think Elden Ring kind of suffers a lot from not having a very good reward feature for going through a lot of this stuff. And I don't know like what the proper solution would have been, but I think it would have potentially been better for the crafting system if you could get pieces of different equipment that you could build, in addition to enemies still occasionally dropping like their full armor or whatnot. So that way there'd be a bit more incentive to farming other than just really lucky drops. It's just kind of always a pain in the ass when certain enemies have extremely low drop rates for their equipment. The one that stands out the most to me would be the what are they called? The Erdtree Burial Watchdogs with their swords is really bad to farm, as well as the big Oracle Bubble Boys. There's only like 3 of them in the game. It's just such a pain trying to get their drop. Which is funny, because when I was doing like 1.0 playthrough on stream, I managed to just get one through the course of normal play when it took me like 6 hours of farming or something ridiculous like that. Oh lord, he's still alive. Didn't realize they could bum rush me like that. I should probably heal. Oh yeah. Can't tell if I'm taking damage. My controller was vibrating. I thought I died. Okay. That's what I get. That's that sucks. I got iframed. Scalazy says that's what the Convergence mod did. You could custom craft talismans and physic tiers from the boss drops. Yeah, I think that's a really smart system. If you can still... Oh, the stake does bring me right here. That's kind of convenient. Yeah, if you could get normal drop tables in addition to just having, like, additional craftable items, I suppose. that other dude saw me. I almost did the same thing because I was trying to read chat. I got the iframe fail. I was afraid of that. You don't know why they hide some of the coolest weapons behind grind walls. They're not even OP like the magma swords. I think it's just like a legacy of older style game development. Like, it makes sense for MMOs to be a bit more grindy, even though I kind of dislike it at times. But not so much for single-player games. But even though I say that, I know in other games like Final Fantasy, there are some items that have ridiculously low drop chances. Which I'm not defending there either. It's just kind of a bummer. Wait a second. There we go. Don't want to get iframed to death again. I was trying to hit the top one, but it looks like there's nothing up there. Okay. Golden Rune Tier 1 and a Somber Smithing Stone. So this is where our troll boss enemy is going to be. Galmoth doesn't have builds. Each of your saves have a good dozen weapons upgraded that you constantly switch between. Oh yeah, so this is like one of the other things is it really sucks that there's a finite amount of the highest tier upgrade materials. I think they should look at the system that Lies of P had implemented and allow people to kind of upgrade. How do I explain it? Because if you could like give Hugh certain tiers of hammers that would allow you to upgrade any piece of equipment to that level for just runes, it'd be really good. It's kind of like the old Suikoden system with the blacksmiths. Hey Jay Dixon, nice to see you again. Jigalag doesn't like the early fashion in Elden Ring. My condolences. Man Ray, good evening to yourself. Welcome on into the stream. Hey Corn, nice to see you again. Have I ever looked closely at the regular revenants in early Liurnia? You swear they wear a skirt very similar, if not the same, color and pattern of Marika's. I'm sure I have, but are those revenants different from the other ones elsewhere? Because if so, maybe I haven't. At least not enough to like really pay that much attention to it. Oh, was not expecting the AoE on that. Should I actually like try to fight this dude, huh? I'm gonna get squished. I tried bowling. Holy crap. That dude hates me. Jay Dixon thinks the Confessor set is drippy as hell. It is a pretty good set. I know a lot of people really want more like cloth type armor. Wait. Oh, so I just need to run past all the enemies? Okay. I didn't pick this up. It's funny because, like, I got really tired of all the mines in Elden Ring because they had the exact same layout, and then I got to the snowfield and they finally had something different at the point that I was already kind of fatigued by the lack of variety in the game at times. Hey, Angry, have I got it on hard mode? Not exactly. I mean, being HUDless makes it slightly harder, but I just need to get good for real. I'm not taking this seriously enough. Because I'm like, oh, it's a troll. Okay, I was too slow on my roll. I'll take the blame for that one. Uh-oh. Get wrecked, son. Oh, come on. I goofed it. I'm the son that was wrecked. I don't remember this attack. I rolled way too soon for that one. I don't say that very often in this game. Oh, I was going for the visceral. Yeah, no, definitely not on hard mode. I just need to get good. So Roar Medallion. Okay, so the one with the club is in Altus, I think. Actually, the Roar Medallion has some pretty good lore. So maybe I didn't really need to go to this tunnel after all. I think I might need more like the Liurnian ones or Weeping Peninsula ones. But this is my first talisman, even though it's not going to help me. Roar Medallion. A bronze medallion depicting a roaring giant. Enhances roars and breath attacks. In ancient times, the giants were mortal enemies of the Erdtree. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of flame. So this is a really important item because this kind of hints that the Erdtree should have actually existed during the war against the giants, but it is still somewhat ambiguous as to whether or not they were enemies of the Erdtree itself, or like the Erdtree forces, the Erdtree champions, or those who would go on to become the Erdtree champions, whether or not the what do you want to call it? The item description was written by the victors after the facts is kind of one of those questions always at the forefront of our minds here. All right, so let me rest. Actually, let's do it this way. We're going to go fight Eggheel next. Yeah, the snowy caves in the mines are really pretty. John can't beat the fire giant because your game keeps lagging for some reason. That sucks. I'm assuming that's like a PC issue then. Because if that's a console one, that really sucks. I mean, the PC one is kind of almost worse because it almost required like adjusting your settings or a hardware upgrade. So, did we ever figure out where Yura's summon sign was? I should have looked that up. The internet said it was on the northern side of the lake, but I still haven't seen it. Yeah, I've never summoned Yura for this. Because, I mean, you fight one dragon, you've pretty much fought them all. Right, I'm just gonna say I have no idea how to summon Yura and just leave it at that. Oh lord, he's seeing. It's like Jurassic Park right here. Not a dragonfly. I'm trying to fight a dragon. Shimon Lee. Barely. Okay. Run away! I guess I probably should have hoofed it. Or ran away and not hoofed it. Hoofed it metaphorically. Yeah. My first foray against Eggheel kind of made me appreciate the mounted combat that Tor brings to the table. thought I rolled too soon. Did that break his face? Roll, baby. Probably out of stamina. There we go. I wonder if the land sprouts can poison our guy. What is he hitting? Oh, me. Okay. Of course. You had to ruin my cinematic finish there, you dragonfly. So we got a dragon heart, and a new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. I did pick up the twin blade here, so this will allow me to get to Caelid whenever we want. So let's go see Yura now that we've gotten our dragon hearts, and we'll check out what it says. Our Crusader heard that you had to die a few times before his summon sign would show up. So I did die on purpose once, maybe that's not enough. But the fact that it's on the north side of the lake is still kind of odd to me. But there was that soapstone sign that said "Seek Samurai," so I mean, he should be able to be summoned. I just don't know how to actually do it. It's crazy that they revealed Miquella's Yura summon sign. Such a bold direction. All right, let me just go ahead and ban Forge Boards for the spoilers. All right. Hey, Mappy, welcome on in. Yeah, I do like the Roar Talisman, but unfortunately I don't have anything I can use it with just yet. I beat the objectively more difficult boss on my first try. The more difficult boss is just my skill issue. But thank you. J. Dixon always saw the summon sign on the south side. That's what I would have figured. So the map that I looked at had it had Yura's summon sign placed like right here, which, okay, I guess. I don't know. Because, I mean, the Nereus thing is like way up here. Alright. So let's check out our new key item. Dragon Heart, seized by a dragon tracker. Riddled with gravelstone, this grotesque organ continues to beat vivaciously. An offering used in the Dragon Communion. Consume a dragon's heart at the altar to make its power yours. What a terrible and savage-looking thing. Their heart has a peculiar beauty to it. So, I really like this because we'll later learn on from the Gravelstone seal that there is gold within Gravelstone itself. And because this heart continues to beat vivaciously, that shows that it's still alive. And so I think the most likely reason it would be alive is because of the Gravelstone and the gold within the Gravelstone. And that also gets kind of corroborated somewhat with how the... what are they called? The Dragonkin soldiers of Nokron and Noxtella are supposed to have been, like, attempts to recreate the ancient dragons, but they were failures. And from their weapons, we see that their gravelstones have been, like, polished clean, essentially. So it might not have gold in it anymore. I don't know. I don't exactly know the deal with them. But Yura will tell us quite a bit more about Dragon Communion here, and there'll be more to talk about. Try to get his face not at an awkward angle, which is kind of impossible. I am kind of disappointed that for whatever reason on console, I can't seem to do the telescope swap to get the good zoom ins.
Beautiful work. Felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church. on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
Alright. Yeah, Ding Dong. I did beat Nereus and talk to Yura, and I still couldn't find his symbol, but appreciate the help. So yeah, I really like Yura's dialogue here because I think it helps retroactively contextualize what goes on in Bloodborne. And for those who may not know too much about it, but essentially in Bloodborne, people would turn into werewolf-like creatures, beasts, and we were never really told why, and it was kind of given to us inadvertently through an interview with Miyazaki, so nothing in the game, which is, you know, always a delightful way to try to understand the lore of a game, to rely on outside developer interviews. But anyway, Miyazaki said that it was essentially people's yearning which caused them to transform into beasts and like lose their grip on humanity, and like the more that they yearned, the harder it was for them to hold on to their humanity here. And so having this kind of dialogue here that Yura gives us now, I think is an easier way to directly compare the concepts between Bloodborne and Elden Ring. And as I was saying on yesterday's stream, because Dragon Communion does involve drinking blood and stuff, there is that kind of parallel between Bloodborne, but I wondered more specifically if this has any ties into what's going on with the Bloody Fingers and the Mogwin Dynasty, because Eleonora is a Drake Blood Knight, or whatever they're called in Elden Ring, I think just Drake Knights. At least she wears that equipment set, and if she's been consuming the hearts of dragons, is that what eventually led her to become a Bloody Finger? I don't necessarily know. For what it's worth, Eleonora does use Dragon Communion incantations, but we don't really get a good look at her face to see if she has dragon eyes. Maybe Zoli or somebody else showed it off in a video and I'm just unaware. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't matter anyway, because it's not something you would see in the game. So it's just very strange to me that Yura's like, hey, I hate the Bloody Fingers because they've shed their humanity. Oh, by the way, you killed a dragon? Eat its heart to gain more power, but you'll also shed your humanity. So it seems like a little bit hypocritical on his part to hate the Bloody Fingers the way he does. I mean, obviously he hates them because he like lost his loved one essentially, but yeah, his priorities are a little bit out of whack, perhaps.
You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
So yeah, just tying it all to yearning is kind of like the big tie-in to Bloodborne and stuff there. It's gonna do something else after this that made a lot of sense in terms of like the playthrough. I don't think it was Kenneth Height, but I guess that might make the most sense, right? Oh yeah, I was gonna go visit Boc. Alright, so Godly Potatoes, welcome on in. You can't take 11 more days? My condolences. There is going to be that Red Bull event in like 5 days, which might be even worse if you're trying to avoid spoilers. So, best of luck sticking out these next 11 days. And then Blackman was thinking that... That's kind of funny that I hit him and then Boc started talking. I didn't realize there'd be that much hit stun against the mounted rider.
You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me.
Alright.
Why won't anyone look me in the eye?
Shut up, Boc. Alright, so Blackman was saying that they thought that you'd have like more of an effect on your character by doing the Dragon Communion, so you avoided it. I think I did do the Dragon Communion thing a little bit to get a couple of the spells, but I didn't... No, I think I did eventually kind of go all the way. Because, I mean, X-Ike's spell was just kind of amazing. It was so broken. And then Florge Borge was asking, if we keep yearning after Bloodborne 2 or a PC port, we'll become beasts? You've become a beast already. Nightmare says, it's a little silly. You figured the ancient alien blood that cures everything and makes you live longer had more to do with it. So it's technically not ancient alien blood, in my opinion. I think it's just the blood of dead people. But over time, depending on like how you imbibe such stuff, it can make you become more monstrous, up to the point of becoming a great one. But that's kind of way off topic here. Matt says, you assumed he was speaking from experience. Don't you help him invade once and he is Bloody Finger? Not exactly, but he definitely fulfills that same role. So I do think there is a bit of hypocrisy at the heart of it. So I think Bloody Fingers are technically Moog affiliated, but I think the principle is just a way of life in the land of reeds to kill and be killed and to like bleed enemies out with razor sharp weapons. And I think that's kind of how Okina came to meet Moog and whatnot. But good question. Mortis always saw it as Yura saying you can do it, but it comes at a terrible cost. Yes. And so one of the other things is Yura's final dialogue towards Eleonora. In English, he says something about her fire being stained, but in the Japanese, he says it's her dragon fire, which was stained by blood or something like that. So there is more of a connection between Eleonora and dragons. Godly Potatoes is not watching the Red Bull event. But Ratatosker said he'd do a video talking about the details of some of the weapons without showing the world spoilers, so he'll probably watch that instead. Understandable. Yeah, I was trying to watch a spoiler-free video, and then I saw like gameplay, and I'm like, nah, this isn't for me right now. And then, hey, Elden Enthusiast, nice to see you again. Alright, let's go see our good boy Boc.
Yeah, you there? Stop pretending you can't see me.
Which one is he? I think he's... I thought he was further ahead. Yeah, that's
Why won't
it.
anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I?
I feel like this is almost a setup for the Monty Python joke of like the Knights of Ni looking for a shrubbery.
What'd you go and do that for?
Alright, jump scare warning ahead.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you?
So Boc didn't seem to initially remember that. That's interesting.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Boc. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
A mushroom?
Or, well, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Well, then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking.
All right, so Jay Dixon asked a good question of who could do that to Boc. We obviously don't really know. I was thinking about this the other day. No, it was earlier today, I think, that with Marika kind of being somewhat known as a shapeshifter, it's a little bit strange that none of the other demigods that we know of seem to exhibit the same kind of properties that way as Marika does. And there might be something more to that, but I don't really know what to think of it. So anyway, we just talked to Boc. We can go ahead and head south to the Dragon Communion Cave, essentially. Which, may as well do that, because we'll run into a merchant on the way. How many runes do I have? Oh, I have a lot more than I expected. Just from the troll and the other thing. Wonder if I should go meet the Gravitas guy. I don't think Varius has anything different.
It's time you set out of castles if you...
Oh, Black Man has a good guess that maybe he was the dude who raided Jarburg who could have transformed Boc. Yeah, so we don't really have the option to transform other things into objects. But the fact that Boc couldn't seem to move and seemed to have like been losing his memories is interesting. I'm not serious when I say this, but maybe all of the trees in the lands between are just transformed things. I need the foul foot. Shaman Lee. Light pinion. Okay. Rip.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
So he sells neutralizing boluses, stanching boluses, stimulating boluses, a smithing stone, an armorer's cookbook. May as well get that since he's got the bolus things. A note on the land squirts and the stone digger trolls. Short bow, a club, and a broadsword, and the iron round shield. So none of these say anything too important, but oh well.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Alright. I thought he sold something a bit more important. Maybe not. Nightmare's not a fan of Boc's story, but you guess it fits in the theme of longing having a terrible outcome. That's kind of like one... Oh yeah, actually, now that I think about it, Boc is a really good example of one of those people kind of having a limited understanding of their world. Because he thinks rebirth is one thing, and it ends up being something quite different. Oh. So somebody was saying that the land octopi are like trees, which I'm not sure if that's true. So let's go ahead and use our Flask of Wondrous Physic. Pressing all the wrong buttons, oh my god. I don't quite see it as tree-like. Oh, okay, I can kind of see on that tentacle thing to the right. Oh lord, it coming. I really like the land octopus as a weapon, or as an enemy design. Because like the attention to details of like cutting off their tentacles and being able to like eat their tentacle to regenerate HP is really cool. So somebody thought that the land octopus was kind of like a bird because of the beak, but that's kind of something that's inherent in squids. I don't think octopi tend to have beaks like this, and this is obviously a bit more exaggerated for the game. Wait, it spits out stuff? I haven't ever looked at that asset up close. I wonder if the puke is kind of similar to, like, what are they called? The worm face worms? Or what the... Ooh, sweet. You got the land octopus ovary and a strip of white flesh. Really good lore stuff right there. And I forgot what I was saying right before that. That short-term memory, though. Yeah, so... You guys are saying that Albus did turn himself into a pot. That is true. But somebody else turned Boc into one, which is interesting. Oh yeah, and then all of these ruins are essentially from Crumbling Farum Zula. Right, we finally got a four-toed foulfoot. Four-toed foulfoot. And so the way I like to try to deal with the scarabs is to just kind of camp where they've already run and meet them along that path. I whipped it? Okay. Yeah, my first time playing through Elden Ring, I was super confused. Damn it. I was super confused at, like, what the hell these were. I thought I had to follow them and, like, I'd get teleported to the sky or something. I didn't realize I had to hit the thing, like, what's called Space Invader style. You need to fire where I'm going, not where I was. Ash of War, stamp, sweep. Okay. And then I think we've got like a random Kaiden dude over here. Wonk. Another strip of white flesh and a smoldering butterfly. Alright, I'll check out the octopus lore in a little bit, if I don't forget. Octorok Zelda style. Scowleezy says, land octopus implies the existence of regular octopi. That's a good point. Land squirt implies the existence of sea squirt. Now I'm thinking of the soft drink squirt. Imagining that in the lands between. Oh, this is too high up. I like turtles. Here we go. So this is important to have the torch so you can see.
It hurts. Oh. What are you doing here?
This did not work out like I intended.
You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me. Oh. What?
Alright, so this is the cave that Boc was obviously talking about. He got beat up by some randos. Get wrecked, scrub. Alright. So I'm just gonna keep pumping vigor, because my damage is decent enough until I need to start upgrading weapons. And I like to get rid of the stats that I don't like to use first. So I might just start leveling up endurance a bit next. I need the lantern, but that's in Weeping Peninsula. Oh wow, there's only one hit. Alright, let's go the long way. Oh yes, I think these assets are reused from the Mound Maker's place in Dark Souls 3. Alright. He swung faster than me. He's cheating. So, for whatever reason, Boc seems to be one of the most intelligent demi-humans. So you get another land octopus over here. And this is where you can get one of your first NPC summons with Old Knight Istvan. He's rocking the scale armor set, which was used for a lot of the concept art. As like the first kind of equivalent to either the Raging Wolf armor, which is used for the promo materials, or the not Finger Slayer, what are they called? Fingerprint armor, which Vike wears on the main intro thing. Nightmare assumed the ruins were from a civilization that collapsed in the thousands of years post the Shattering Wars. So if you look at some of the crumbling ruins, they will have the same design as you can see in Farum Azula. I'll show that off when we get to the Dragon Communion Cathedral, because it's one of the easiest places to make the comparison, I think. Oh no, sky octopods? Are they going to fly as fast as dragonflies? That'd be terrifying. Actually, what would be truly terrifying would be like a flying lobster crayfish thing. Alright, thanks, Buster Sud. Sorry you're 27 minutes behind. Yeah. You can definitely summon Istvan. Galamoth, out of the goodness of their heart, is going to let Melania live for the DLC. Definitely not because you're scared of fighting her. So Istvan is summoned as a cooperator. He's got the scale armor. I don't remember what sword this is, to be honest. Probably doesn't have a lot of lore. Can't really look at his eyes this way, but they're not glowing much either. So he's tarnished for sure. It's the dismounter. Oh yeah, the Kaiden dude. Thank you. Oh lord, they coming. Great sword supremacy there. Oh. I didn't need his... Oh, I didn't realize it had the gravity thing. This thing's tankier than I thought it would be. So where's our second one? Buff up. Thank you, Istvan. I appreciate that. Damn, this thing is tanky. I don't know how I missed. So, once that dude is killed, I think the other ones disappear. Oh no, they become non-hostile. So from those guys, we get the tailoring tools and the sewing needle, which is important for Boc. And then we'll go back to the beginning of the cave later on, once we get into the next area and can teleport. Some cave moss. Speaking of the Gravitas Art of War or Ashavor. I was thinking of potentially meeting the, what's it called? Alabaster Lord in the beach next to this area. But I'm not sure, like, how relevant it is, so I might just skip him. So despite me saying that Elden Ring doesn't have, like, a lot of good rewards, like, the game world really does, like, have a lot of cool stuff pretty much everywhere. Except for the mountaintops of the giants. And I guess we'll fight a night boss next. We'll probably go back to the Night Cavalry. Lost Grace discovered. So what all did we pick up besides the box stuff? Oh yeah, the ovaries. So we've got a sliver of meat and a strip of white flesh and the beast liver, which I've not read. Alright, that's not too important. The fresh liver of a beast, a luscious fruit of life. So there might be some connection between like souls and liver in terms of like Chinese medicine and Japanese mythology or folklore. I don't know what to call it. I don't know entirely how relevant that is, but in Bloodborne's cut content, the boss soul items were going to be in the form of livers. So that might be connected thematically to what's going on with Elden Ring with beast livers and beast blood having gold in it, perhaps. Thanks for the GG, even though I cheated with Istvan. So the sliver of meat is not that big of a deal, but the strip of white flesh is really important because it says, thin strips of flesh taken from a bloodless creature. The dried meat toughens the constitution, boosting resistance. It's known for its long-lasting effect. So, despite them being called bloodless creatures, I am pretty confident you can still bleed like land octopi and whatnot, but this does set up that things like the land octopi and the land squirts are bloodless creatures since they dropped them. And what I've noticed about that is when you try to summon things like the Miranda flowers and land squirts, they take the summoner's HP for their spirit ashes as opposed to FP. Same thing with the mimic tears, but that's not too important. So they seem to lack their own vitality, which will tie into the land octopus ovary, which says, puffy, milky, white ovary of a land octopus. Land octopi eat humans in order to bear young, and theirs is the blood that runs through these ovaries. So these are bloodless creatures, and if they need human blood to reproduce, that might imply that there's something intrinsic within the blood to allow for that kind of form of reproduction. My current thoughts are that because beast blood has gold in it and all this other stuff, then bloodless creatures like the land octopi and the silver mimic tear, they might not have inherent gold of their own, which would allow them to reproduce and replicate. And that is a little bit in line with what happens with the Albinorix, because they can't seem to reproduce either without their like primordial droplet or whatever it is. And despite me pointing out the bloodless creatures don't bleed red and whatnot, the Albinorix also... Sorry, bloodless creatures need HP to be summoned, but the Albinorix get summoned with FP, and they also bleed white and silver. So there's a little bit of an mismatch between like those kind of mechanics, but in my headcanon, I can kind of accept that because Albinorix are a bit more stable, so it could kind of make sense that they don't need to be summoned with HP, but maybe that's a bit of a dev oversight in the grand scheme of things. Alright, I think that's pretty much it for these. I'm not going to worry about Trina's Lily or Cave Mosses for now. So we got the Sewing Needle, which is a large sewing needle curved like a fang, Boc the demi-human's prized possession. And the Tailoring Tools enables armor alteration at sites of grace. Which you don't even really need Boc for at all, but, you know, he's happy that we did it. Alright, I think that's pretty much it, right? Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can level up. Oh, I can. Okay. I thought I went to 20. Anyway, let's pump up our endurance a little bit. That is not as much stamina as I wanted. I'm going to keep leveling HP. Especially since I'm headless. Forgeborge asks, is there a lore reason as to why the Onyx Lord Sword is a one-time drop when the Alabaster Lord Sword is available twice per run? A lore reason I couldn't even like imagine being able to provide one, unfortunately. Yeah, the good blood sings to nightmare, just like the land octopi. Yeah, albinorks have blood. Oh yeah. So I should have. Yeah, okay. So I kind of jumped ahead of myself there. So as far as the albinorks go and the silver tears and whatnot, I think they have. I've wondered whether or not the albinorks were originally silver tears and they just kind of became a bit more than the normal silver tears over time. And what happens with silver tears specifically in Nokron and Noxtella is that if you kill the silver tears before they transform, they can drop rune items like golden rune tier 7 or 6 and 7, I think. And after they transform, they don't drop these items anymore, and they go from bleeding silver to bleeding red. So this makes me think that bloodless beings absorb gold to kind of sustain their shape and allow them to like reproduce or something along those lines. Like, it's weird because silver in some senses seems to be form and gold is kind of related to memories and shape, I guess. I wish we had a little bit more to get a fuller understanding of that. So I really tried to explore a lot of these concepts in my video about gold and silver, but it's kind of ultimately inconclusive because there's a lot of stuff that ties into gold because you've got like duty, curses, fate, memories, life, but it seems to be all of them and simultaneously none of them at the same time because of whatever goes on with unalloyed gold. Oh yeah, and willpower, I don't think I mentioned. So, hey, Potato Poker, welcome on back to the stream. Yeah, Mappy says everything that takes HP to summon is either explicitly a parasite like a mimic tier, or something that eats blood and corpses to reproduce like the flowers and the land squirts. Exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out some cool dragon lore. Ritual of Dragon Communion. So we've got Dragon Fire, Dragon Claw, and Dragon Maw. Dragon Fire is one of the incantations of Dragon Communion. Transforms caster into a dragon to spew flaming breath. It's an incantation of those who have hunted dragons and feasted upon their hearts. Theirs is a pure and overwhelming power. So the fact that the dragons are said to have a pure and overwhelming power is interesting because Draconic lightning is red in nature, and dragons are kind of affiliated with gold, which is perfectly fine, and we're told that in the past, gold had more of a red tinge, but I don't think gold was literally red, it was a bit more orange in color. And so, if this form of power is pure, but gold doesn't really become red when it becomes unalloyed gold, I'm like, what are we missing in this formula here? Unalloyed gold via Mikola, which means it should be pure gold, is still kind of like a yellowy color. And this stuff is red at the highest levels of draconic stuff. So I think dragon stuff might be more infused with life than gold itself is kind of my takeaway. But again, we don't have the full details there, and maybe we'll learn more with the DLC. Right, yeah, so pretty much all of these descriptions are the same. I'm not going to use my Dragon Heart on any of these yet. I'll wait to go to Caelid and like kill X-Sykes to super cheat with the Rat Breath. So I'm using a kind of a faith-based build. May as well tap a little bit into the arcane side of things to get such powerful stuff. So let's go back and see Boc. And then with my remaining time of night, try to get rid of the night cavalry on the one bridge.
Oh, what are you doing here? You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me. Oh, wait. Is that what I think it is? You got it back for me. My sewing needle. What made you go into a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I? Thank you. You're very kind. I always wanted to be a seamster like my mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I?
Guess I'll just die, meme.jpg. Alright, so that's pretty much it with Boc for now. I think if we rest, he's still here and talks to us a bit more. No, so he might have already moved to Liurnia then. Alright. I'm gonna go over here by this bridge to fight our Knight Cavalry. Matt B says the term unalloyed gold is such a brutal diss to the Golden Order. I don't think so, because if we look at the twinned armor set, it's of entwined gold and silver, which makes a lot of sense to me because, at least for my understanding of the Golden Order, I think it's something that Radagon needed the tenets of Raya Lucarian sorcery to implement into the Lands Between. And because of that, he takes the silver of Raya Lucaria with their lunar magic and infuses gold with it to kind of put it in a bit of a stasis, perhaps. So, for me, the Golden Order, despite its name convention, is more affiliated with gold and silver than just gold on its own. I'm gonna get... Ooh! Hitboxes. His halberd isn't as powerful as the tree sentinels. Watch me get beaten by this dude, though. Yeah, I don't know his moves. Okay, can't follow that one up. Uh-oh. Just trying to be greedy. Alright, so I can't follow up the slam on his left side at least. Ah! He's doing his charged R2. I tried rolling, I was way too late on that. Get me out of here! Okay. So I'll turn it back tonight and fight him again. Boc is Samwise Gamgee to our Frodo, pretty much. Hey Stella, nice to see you again. Is Boc the main protagonist then? No, that's me, although I'm the last one. Matt likes the reading that Radagon is alloying gold with the other things like the silver of Caria. You read it like a criticism of the Golden Order, like the gold of the Erdtree is imperfect and alloyed with something. Yeah. I'm like, did I change it tonight? It's so bright here. Miranda flowers are low-key scary for real. Mission failed. You'll get them next time. Thank you. Oh, Lodi coming. He's scaring me. I whiffed that. Damn. This is gonna hurt. I think I'm out of stamina. And he's gonna follow it up. Damn. The bad side of the great swords is how many moves are punishable. Ooh, I'm scared. Why didn't I swing? What was that? I'm surprised I didn't die for that one, honestly. Uh-oh. I already healed 3 times. I think I have my telescope out. Sweet. Okay. That was lucky as hell. I got lucky. Roll! Oh my god, that was pure luck. There we go. Baby. I got way too lucky there. I'm gonna be honest. So we got repeating thrust from that one right there, which is a little bit disappointing. But anyway, we've got another night boss to face since we're killing them all now, apparently. Oh, I should probably just fast travel first to reset all of my flasks. Florgeborg says, Florgeborg says, alloyed gold is realistically much stronger than its base form, however it tampers with its purity. Yes. And there's also some stuff relating to alloying gold with silver to create what's called electrum. Fulgur bloom. And I've wondered whether or not, like, the ancient dragons are essentially the equivalent of Fulgur blooms, where there might have been lightning in the lands between to infuse the ground with gold, and eventually hitting stones enough times could have caused the dragons to come into being. But I don't really feel super strongly about that. Just kind of one of the ideas that I've had. Where is our boy? There it is. So this is a normal death bird, not a deathrite bird, because it has, like, corporeal wings. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's not get got by the rams or the trolls. Chill out, ram. These damn rams. Okay, my timing was definitely off for that one. But I'm going to blame the rams for that cheap hit. Hey Stephen Weatherby, welcome on in. Can the chat recommend any group passwords? You have a couple, but you'd like to set all 5 for the DLC? I mean, it's kind of counterintuitive to ask publicly for a password, but what's your goal for having a group password? I feel like I don't do multiplayer enough to really have a good opinion. If you, like, want to deal with, like, certain people, you can use Ziostorms. Berserk is a popular password. Oh, you want multiplayer with a better class of player? Oh, yeah. I have no idea about that then. I don't do multiplayer enough to know what, like, a better class of player would be using. So we don't have the rams this time around. Instead, we got bats. Alright. But he's out of the way now. I'm just playing poorly. That's its death light screech. I'm gonna get that. Where is it? There it is. I tried rolling. That's its grab attack, I think. Try to rebuff now. I didn't realize I pulled that back out. I think I have one more legitimate heal left, but I didn't want to try to full heal. These damn bats. Oh, that was actually good because they gave me more health. Oh, this thing had way less health than I was expecting. Blue feathered branch sword. Raises defense when HP is low. This is a talisman adorned with blue feathers. Once used in ancient death rituals, raises defense when HP is low. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. So I think this, I feel like I say this for almost every item, but this has really important lore because it kind of establishes that struggles of life and death imbue one with a quality which makes a death more worthwhile. And I think my headcanon for this would be that if you're close to death, then your life is going to flash before your eyes. And the more you struggle, the more you fight, the more vivid those memories will become. And so pretty much everything relating to death seems to be relating to memory and remembrances, because like the greater champions have their memories hewn into the Erdtree, as opposed to just being like nondescript runes, which might not hold very many memories at all. Exalted flesh. Stamina. Okay. Chain draped tabard. Oh no. Oh no. Oof. We got a Godjic boy. Okay. Foot soldier gauntlets, foot soldier greaves, and another chain draped tabard. Dude, my RNG is kind of crazy this run so far. And the beast crest heater shield. Good stuff all around. I guess we're kind of already close to Alexander, aren't we? Then we may as well go see him. Alright. Yeah, I know the Deathrite birds are pretty weak to holy stuff, but I just didn't expect it to be that strong. Granted, it was the first Deathrite bird, or Death bird rather, so it shouldn't be very strong to begin with, but I forgot to look at the crumbling ruins of Fair Missoula. In the other spot. I guess Alexander's further this way. Okay,
Hello?
there it is.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? Anyone?
Not gonna lie, the Confessor garb with all this blood on it looks really cool, man.
Hello? Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this? I see. More's the pity. No, I apologize. Don't you worry about a thing. Despite my appearance, I am but a chip off a greater jar. I'll pop out eventually, just you wait. Ah, what's that look, good sir? Are you willing to help me out after all? My thanks, 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
No comments on all of that. But hey, V-Limit, nice to see you again. And then Murder Your Memory, welcome back. Said Bloodborne ass starting gear. I never thought about it that way, but I could definitely see what you mean now that you mention it. So yeah, Alexander is a warrior jar, which seems to be made up of like human remains on the inside. And we've got a tree depiction at the top of this. I'm very, very curious about the construction and the making of these jars, because they also show up in the DLC based off of the first trailer. I don't know, like we didn't see any of the lids, so I don't know if they have like Erdtree designs on the top of them. But many of these jars are transported to the bases of the minor Erdtrees, which many believe is kind of tied to a pseudo Erdtree burial, just without the burial portion, where the bodies of the dead get transported to the trees, so their souls get sucked in and fertilize the trees. So anyway, let's go ahead and free our would-be friend from his untimely end. Triumphant delight. I love his little pose right here. Hey, Edward Constantine, welcome into the stream. Any word on if Fire is getting the endgame holy treatment in the DLC? I have no idea, Cryptic Stench. I know very little about the DLC other than what was in the first two trailers. And welcome back to the stream. V-Limit saw an article that spoiled stuff about the jars in the DLC. Article titles like that should not be legal. Oh man, so you weren't even looking for it? That's even worse. And then Nightmare asks, do I think that the lands between themselves have been physically washing away since the shattering? It seems there's less land than there used to be. That's a very good question. I don't know if they've been washing away, but I could imagine that they probably did get shattered a little bit along with the ring. And there's also that weird interaction with the Shadowlands having previously been in the lands between, if we take Miyazaki's interview as anything to go by. So it's a good question, though. V-Limit read the article anyway? Okay, rip. Steven's been blocking unfamiliar YouTube channels left and right, which have spoilers in their titles. Oh, funny thing, on my last video one, the one where I said the Crucible is the Erdtree, I had somebody comment to please not use effing spoilers in the thumbnail. I'm like, guy, all of this stuff is from the base game, except for the thumbnail image itself, which is from the second story trailer. Like, if you're trying to avoid the trailers too, I mean, it's just kind of part of the game. Like, I'm not really trying to spoil stuff, but for me, like, anything that's been officially released is kind of free game. So obviously that creator event is kind of somewhat officially sanctioned, but I don't know. I like to go in as blind as possible, but, you know, still get hyped up by the official stuff, I suppose. All right.
Ah, well played, good sir. Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelt the end of me. Ah. Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this. Once again, the pleasure is mine. I am the warrior jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter? I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival held there.
All right, so that kind of gives us a bit of Alexander's motivations. Not really a lot of a reason why he was stuck here, Maybe he fell from the sky from Fair Missoula. I'm joking. I don't really mean that. Although now that I say it jokingly, it does seem to have like a little bit of an impact crater. I'm just going to say that the ground was soft. So he wants to go to Redmane to fight Radahn because he's a warrior jar. So he's got the deceased remains within him. So what else is it going to do? Right, he gave us an exalted flesh, which is not too important, but okay. All right, right. I want to see the merchant that's over here, but I think I'll fall to my death if I do that. Right. May as well touch this while we're here. I'm not going to worry about the pumpkin head. I'm pretty confident he doesn't give us anything. So, because this is called the Saints Bridge, I think TA was the first one. Tarnished Archaeologist may have been the first one to dub these the Saint statue, which I think is as good an appellation as any. So I just tend to refer to these as Saint statues myself, because it makes sense. And we're going to see these kind of statues in a lot of other places as we go to like Divine Towers and a couple in Noxtella, but none in Nokron specifically. Now here we get our cool violin type song, which I steal from my intro.
Terribly sorry. I didn't realise you came back.
Alright, so let's go ahead and buy our cracked pots. The Nomadic Warrior Cookbook. This will be good enough for now, I think. Short sword. Oh yeah, we did.
I'm afraid of very little.
We did get an imp thing, swordstone key. So I'm gonna go do that. Let's go talk to Kale first. Buy whatever else I didn't get from him, cookbook wise. And then I'm gonna go get the favor talisman, because it's just too good to not use.
It's you again. Always a pleasure. Care to purchase anything? There are others of my people who yet survive in these lands. If the mood takes you when you meet one, then offer them some trade, won't you? My people, wanderers all have long been spurned by the grace of gold, which is why we cannot settle, but instead are forced into this pitiful, unceasing journey. But thanks to that, things are not so different for us now, though the Elden Ring is shattered. I think this makes us kindred spirits of sorts. Your people, the Tarnished, and mine.
Alright, I was a little bit curious with Kale's line here saying that... Oh wait, no, this is Godfrey's. I'm a little bit curious what Kale said in the Japanese about being spurned by the grace of gold, so let me just look that up real quick. They've been, okay, unconnected, had no relation to the grace of gold since a long time ago? Because I was wondering whether or not being spurned by grace meant they had it and then they lost it. But I guess the Japanese is a little bit more ambiguous in that regard and is meant that they may have never had a connection to the grace of gold, which could make a lot of sense as well. Anyway.
Perhaps you don't need to hear this, but see that no harm comes to my kin. We have a saying, we wanderers. Lament not your solitude. Expect no sympathy, no regard, nothing. But if anyone dares harm us, show them no mercy. That is our code, so to speak. Just the way we are, deeply unforgiving.
So I really love Kale's lines there within the context of his content, where all of the nomadic merchants were kind of becoming blended together in terms of their memories and their personalities. And so this kind of line here I think is a relic of that earlier quest stuff, which I could only hope gets addressed a bit more in the DLC, but I don't really have high hopes on that front. So, right. Let's go see what all else I didn't buy from him. The Nomadic Warrior Cookbook. So this should be pretty good here. Alright.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
And then let's go into our stranded graveyard. It's one of the coldest lines in the game. Yeah. Yeah, VLM, we met Rena yesterday on stream. Sorry you missed it. Oh, we need 2 for this? RIP. So yeah, I noticed this earlier today when I was trying to figure out my audio-visual issues, and I never noticed you could hear the screamers down below in the stranded graveyard, because I was trying to go down here to make sure that my black balance was good, which it's not, and I think... So like I was saying yesterday with the whole high dynamic range stuff, it's almost like Rick and Morty, where once you know what true level is, you can never go back. So I just kind of lowered it a moment ago because the other parts of the open world looked a little bit too bright. And now, like in this, it's too dark for you guys, but it's just fine for me. And I can't reasonably just like keep balancing it on the fly, but it's only like in that specific spot specifically in that specific spot. But anyway, I think this is the darkest area in the game, so I'm not going to worry too much more about that issue. Anyway, all that stuff was not very important at all. So let's go ahead and teleport to Kenneth Heights location, and we'll go see Blythe. Oh wait, no, let's do patches first, because he'll send us to the Mistwood. We'll get this thing and then go south. Oh, and I almost have 5,000 runes anyway. I think maybe I spent too many. Okay, this should be good enough. Hopefully this jump doesn't kill me. Okay. Wait, was this corpse not here? Poison bloom. The whole starting area feels super mysterious though. Hilco's a little further ahead with a new character, and you keep forgetting the runes are worth a lot more in the early game. Yeah, that's kind of why I wish that the game dynamically updated based on what you did. Because I feel like it's really easy to end up over-leveling the game, even if you kind of explore not a ton, but just a moderate amount. And it's really hard to kind of keep that balance going, which is a design nightmare, but anyway. I really like this cave, and I wish we had more stuff like this, because this one's outfitted with traps. Which isn't to say that I like particularly enjoy traps, but I think it's a cool way to vary things up. And it makes you have to pay a bit more attention to your environmental surroundings here. So you can see these chains attached to bells. So if you walk on them, let's kill this dude first, and then we'll summon in the others. That hitbox though. That dude just threw poop at me? Oh, that specter scared me. I didn't realize they were continuing their attacks. That's what I get for switching up between, oh god, one-handing and two-handing. No, I don't know how the one-handed mode works. Need the lantern, really. Hilco's excited for more variety in caves and dungeons. Oh no, my mental image just like imagined like 5 more copies of this thing in the DLC. Just a random mushroom in the cave. So hopefully we'll have enough for patches. Oh, not quite enough. So we'll probably need to restart the area. Alright, so I'm going to turn the HUD on for this specifically because I don't want to accidentally kill Patches or myself when I'm trying to do the Dogeza.
Well, well, well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Cough up your coin! All of it!
I really like the what's called reappearance of Patches here. I mean, I don't know why, but I didn't exactly expect him in Elden Ring. I wasn't entirely surprised to see him, of course, but I don't know. I just didn't expect to see him here, I guess. Bro, stop using your mists. I'm trying to remember how he makes us Dogeza. I think we need to hit him later on and piss him off. Yeah, I think that's a later thing. Alright, so that heals for almost nothing, which is perfectly fine, but now I know. I think it is pretty easy to get got by not only Patches, but the silver tiers, which have the kind of same stuff that he's got going on. Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about that briefly. So Patches has a Fallen Hawk shield, Great Shield. So some people have wondered whether or not he was supposed to be part of that band of Fallen Hawks, or if he looted it from somebody who was, but we don't really know.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all! Whew. Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. Well, an innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? Slow down, son. What's the matter? This simply isn't like you. You've always known an innocent mistake when you see one. Well, suit yourself. I'm Patches. Patches the Untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. And they're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
So, I think some of this dialogue, it might be breaking the fourth wall a little bit. I should double check the Japanese. He talks about a lot of stuff. I'm pretty confident the wheel and deal stuff is just a bit of a localization flair, which I don't really mind too much because that's kind of a reference to another NPC saying in Dark Souls 2. But I think that's just worthy of commenting on. So what else does Patches talk about? Anyway, Inigo Montoya, nice to see you again. And somebody else came in. Amin, welcome back in. Yeah, 10 days left essentially. And then you were asking what kind of build that I'm going for. I'm going to go for like a Confessor assassin-y type build. But I mean, I'm probably not going to really follow through with that since I've already been rocking the Lord's Sword and Greatsword. Once I get some more assassin type stuff, I'll transition potentially more into that playstyle more naturally. This patches doesn't seem to hate clerics. I mean, I'm wearing the Confessor set and he attacked me on sight, so who knows? I'm very stealthy with that glowing sword. Exactly. I mean, I'm just thinking of like that Darth Vader scene where he just turns on his lightsaber in the dark hallway. It's essentially the same thing, right?
Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
Right, yeah. So the Confessors are kind of like the Inquisition, although maybe not, because we have like the Inquisitor Giza and all that. Yeah, Crusaders are the better parallel, I think. So I'm going to loot the chest, which does not have much at all. Cloth garb and the cloth trousers.
Don't forget to pop back. I'll be ready to wheel.
All right, so we're going to do something a little bit unorthodox, I think.
What are you playing at? That bloody well hurts. Hard of hearing, are we? Fine. Have it your way. You'll get what's coming.
I like the little double
I'm
chug.
a soft touch.
So I think at this point, if he beats us up a bit... Oh, damn.
Try not to be so slow on the uptake.
He'll give us the chance to grovel for mercy, and then we can get the Doge's gesture. Which is fine, because I needed to kill like a couple of his little goons anyway. To get back to 5,000. Glad I turned the HUD on though, because I didn't want to accidentally kill him at that point.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patch's Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top-notch. Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers, and good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army. Worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all.
So, hey Enter, why nice to see you again. Does Patches have the longest quest chain in the game? There's so many interactions with him. I think Alexander does, especially if you consider Jar Baron a natural connection to his quest. That's a good question. It'd either be Patches or technically Ronnie or Alexander. So anyway, so yeah, I remember the thing that I wanted to mention with Patches. I think it's interesting that he tries to act as though he knows the Tarnished. So that's kind of why I think he's breaking the fourth wall a bit, that we've never been this way, all that stuff. Although with him talking about the bandits not really understanding words, this might just be a natural coping mechanism for him to ingratiate himself to those who are aggressive towards him. He is not exactly a fighter, especially if you try to summon him for the Radon Festival. So let's check out his inventory. So we got Margit's Shackle. Oh, and the Stone Sword Key. Ooh, this is a tough choice. Not. So, Margit's Shackle. I guess I'll read this when I come back to buy it. Missionary's Cookbook. Oh, this is a good cookbook. I'll definitely need this. So I guess I'll do Castle Morn stuff before coming back here. And then gold pickled fowl feet as well.
Wondering what's inside the treasure chest? Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
Alright, so that pretty much concludes Patches and stuff here. So before doing like the chest stuff and getting teleported to the Mistwood, I'm gonna anger him again.
What are you playing at? That bloody well hurts. What's wrong with you? It's me. Patches! Patches! Enough now. Stop! Hard of hearing, are we? Fine. Have it your way. You'll get what's coming. Don't go thinking I'm a soft touch.
Just try not to get kicked by my guy. So yeah, with him trying to pretend as though he knows us, maybe that shows that he expects people to not have good memories to begin with. Which would make a lot of sense. Oops, not what I was trying to do. Also not what I'm trying to do.
Last chance to surrender.
There we go.
Grovel, and I'll forgive you.
So this is kind of hard to perform. Okay, so we get the extreme repentance gesture, the Dogeza. Although I'm pretty confident his base one will work as well. I'm pretty confident the base one will work as well. Okay, maybe not. That's dejection. I need Dogeza. Oh lord, he's coming! Chill, baby, damn.
Okay, I can see you mean it. Consider it water under the bridge. A momentary lapse of judgment. All's well, as you know.
So yeah, Patches is one of the only NPCs where you can engage in combat and piss him off and not need to use the Celestial Dew to cleanse yourself of that sin, which is pretty cool. And you also get a unique gesture. I guess all gestures are technically unique, but you know what I mean.
So, do you need something from me?
Alright.
Cheers for that.
So we could go ahead and open this chest. He does have a couple differing descriptions about it. So he will offer us the chest if we spend enough money at his shop. I don't remember how much we need to spend. Maybe 5,000 was enough. So I'm going to go ahead and teleport back to the beginning of the cave and then talk to him again. Maybe he'll give it to us. And if he doesn't, he'll just like taunt us for opening it without permission. So we'll see how that goes there. He'll go into that gesture. Okay, if V-Limit thinks both works, you can actually do the grovel one before he even prompts you to do it. Okay, thank you. I thought that was the case, but I mean, after the Dogeza failed, maybe I was just like too far away or something. Brutal. I think these dudes have unique armor and models. It would have been cooler if these were repurposed with like different colors in other places to just accompany and fill out like the surcoat dudes and whatnot, I guess. I don't know. Alright, Hilko, if we see a ghost confessor, it could be you too. Alright. Thanks. Oh yeah, and somebody said that they left a soapstone by the bonfire side of grace next to Melina in the gate. And I didn't look at that yesterday on stream. Whoops.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium. By the way, friend, you've really been there for me through thick and thin. And so, I've made up my mind. I bequeath that chest to you. An extra special thanks for an extra special customer. What's wrong? I've made up my mind. The treasure chest is yours, in word and deed. Sure, it may be worth its weight in gold, but a patch's promise, well, that's priceless. What's wrong? A treasure? Sure, but a...
Think carefully ahead. I shall not appraise it, let people discover it for themselves. So most transporter traps you can try to roll away from even after opening the chest, but this one, it's a forced thing.
My sincerest gratitude. I thought I'd never wrench that thing open. You're the finest customer a man ever had.
So yeah, that's what dialogue you get initially for spending enough runes at his shop, apparently. So we get teleported to Eastern Limgrave in the Mistwood, and now we can't fast travel, which is kind of cool. But this does put us like right next to the map location thing, which is why I like to warp here. And then we also have a candlewood tree somewhere near here. I think it's further north. Actually, I was not intending to go this way for the candlewood tree, but I want to... Oh, shit. I want to double check. Whether or not we get a renowned ash from the cave that this thing sends us to. It was only a little bear, not a rune bear. It's all good. So let's go ahead and examine this. I wonder if the invisible scarabs are like this. Although maybe I should pay attention that these things are like a golden hue. And so we're told that if like the Helfin was a legitimate candlewood, that its light was similar in grace to appearance and would guide the dead. That's partially why I think these candle trees are also Helfin trees. Nicola footprints, yeah. Coco asks, is there anything in that cave that's useful? I don't remember, which is why I was like, hold on, let's call an audible. Because we're told in one of the item descriptions that the candlewood guides like renowned dudes. Hey guys, does a rune bear poop in the woods? So if this dude doesn't have a renowned spirit ash in the cave that he sends us to, it's whatever. I actually don't remember where this cave is off the top of my head. It's probably right next to the church, isn't it? Godfroy's Mikola explains everything. That's why Godfroy was put into that Everjail, huh? Mikola's of the golden lineage wrecked. He doesn't go to a cave, though? Where does he go? I know the Weeping Peninsula is a cave. It's been a really long time since I've done this one. So we hear Blythe. Got the top tier escort quest going on. Yep. So got a stake Omerica. Interesting. So let's explore this spot a bit more. Mistwood Ruins. I forgot that one here. So there's a cave down there next to this rune bear. Ah, snakes. Oh no! I don't know how that didn't hit me, but I'm not going to complain about that. I was out of stamina. we go. I thought I missed it again. Yeah, some enemies are really hard to get the viscerals off on. Radon was awful. I restarted that fight so many times because I was fishing for breaking open his posture. And, like, getting to his crit spot was a challenge in and of itself. More so than just, like, actually posture breaking him. Hefty beast bone and beast blood. Sweet. I can finally have a direct reference to that for y'all. Alright, so I'm going to say that our boy brought us down here. Can't remember if there's a boss, but let's see what this is. Axe Talisman. Okay, so definitely not what I thought. Enhances charge attacks. Oh, this is really good. A talisman depicting an axe and a warrior. Enhances charge attacks. The lord who led the long march bore an axe, and his loyal warriors honored him by wielding axes of their own, making them very effective at dealing decisive blows. So this is potentially a reference to Godfrey, although this doesn't really look like Godfrey. So I was wondering the other night whether or not the Great Axe was related to Godfrey before he switched to the one with Sirash. Badland Chieftains. So let me double check the whole Long March terminology here. It's been a long time since I've looked at this. Oops. Yeah, okay. Like Long Expedition. Long March. Oh, Battle Lord. Yeah, no, this is... Oh, so it's not even Lord. So it's like Lord of the Battlefield who led the Long March. Okay. So yeah, this is definitely a reference to Godfrey 100% then. Oh, you think picking up the lilies wakes it up? Oh, I wish I paid more attention to that. Because they're St. Trina lilies, and that's tied to sleep. Interesting. I wonder if it's a case of just, like, being close enough to pick up the lilies would be enough to wake it up. I thought there were 2 treasures here. Smithing stone. Okay, so there were no renowned spirit ashes here. So that's strange. Alright, so we heard the howling, but we'll need Kale's guidance to talk to Blythe, I think. So we can see our good boy up there. He's got his hand over his eyes like he's shielding it from the sun. No. Just, oh, it's his sword handle. Okay. Damn, somebody actually climbed all the way up there. Probably used torrent to do it. Because you see the little soapstone. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it. So, a new map has been found, Limgrave East. Let's go to the south side of the map, towards good old Fort Height. It stacks with the Roar Medallion alongside various Warcry skills. Yeah. It's always a fun thing to have. Am I by the minor Erdtree, or are these just the normal ones? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, so let's go ahead and pick up some of our tiers. Spiked Crack tier, Green Spill Crystal tier. Now we get our Tarnished Golden Sunflower. So I didn't actually realize this, but it is true that all of the minor, or not minor flowers, but all of the Erdleaf flowers, no, all of the golden sunflowers point to the big Erdtree specifically on every part of the map, which I think is super cool. But none grow in the north, in the snowfields and whatnot. Got some gold poop. Alright, so I'm going to get into some real tinfoil theory craft in a second here. So yeah, it's very obvious that these ones are not pointing towards this Erdtree specifically, but the big one, that's more that way. But we're in the Mistwood, so it's kind of hard to tell because it's all misty and crap. And I guess since I'm over here, I might just activate the Site of Grace down there so I don't have to check back later. Alright. So we had one more flower. We had 4 more. Wasn't even one. I should have healed before I did that, I think. Alright, good enough. Steven seconds the notion that it's picking the lilies which wakes the rune bear. I'll need to test that out. Steven wants a Scarlet Rot version of the rune bears? Oh no. Yeah, I'll need to talk to the merchant as well when we go to Fort Height. That is on my to-do list. So let's go ahead and check. Tarnished Golden Sunflower is a large flower that blooms facing the Erdtree. Found near minor Erdtrees. Though wilted and faded, it still retains holy essence. So I don't think it's a coincidence that this is a tarnished golden sunflower, and I think this is indicative of a time in which the grace or the gold of the Erdtree may have been different. And I think the golden sunflowers found in Altus Plateau are of a different quality of gold than what we get with the tarnished golden sunflowers specifically. And because we find these near a bunch of minor Erdtrees, I think the minor Erdtrees are part of a timeline in which the Erdtree had the kind of ancient, more red-tinged gold. And I think Altus Plateau started to become infused with the more yellow gold of like Radagon's time specifically. And there's more that ties into this when we look at the vegetation of the lands between, but it's kind of hard to point out. So I'll probably need to do that more in Altus when we get to it. But I think there has been a change in the minor Erdtrees as well, slightly. Because if you look at the dead one in Altus Plateau, it does have like some suckers growing on it that have golden leaves, even though it's dead. So I think the minor Erdtree and the minor Erdtree church to the southern portion of Altus Plateau is probably a more recent phenomenon than all of the other minor Erdtrees we see. Because that one still has like golden bark and everything. So if it is a more recent addition, I think after the shattering, it probably messed with that one, which might be why it's not as big as it could have been. Yeah, I think this is pretty much one of the most iconic parts of Elden Ring. When you get on this elevator and you're like, okay, it's an elevator. Probably assuming you're going to go into some basement, and then it just keeps going. You get that incredible music change, and then the scenery. I wasn't paying attention to the way that I went down to admire all this stuff. But I will look at it on the way back up. So now that we've got a Lost Grace discovered, we can teleport all around the map, I think. No? Maybe I need a rest. Alright, Edward, you have a good night, and thanks for dropping by. Yeah, so once you rest, after you get teleported by patches, you can fast travel other places again. So I explored the mess out of Shifra on my first playthrough. Oh, I kind of always forget that stuff. I didn't really go to Weeping Peninsula until after I did what I could here. So I spent a lot of time fighting the Dragonkin soldier, and I was getting really pissed at the one attack that he could do, which would one-shot me. But y'all know that I am persistent and perseverant, so I did kill him eventually to get a weapon that I never used. Galamaw thinks the sunflowers should have vested of grace and sent outside the lands between to die. I don't think it's like that. I just think that the nature of grace was changed along with the exiling of Godfrey and his tarnished brethren. Gallimeth thought the golden sunflowers are more vibrant because they're closer to the proper Erdtree. I think that's true, but for like a bit of a different reason, because I think the grace got changed, and that grace was kind of being filtered back out through the lands between up until the shattering happened. And I mean, it still might be filtering through the rest of the lands between, but I don't exactly know how the shattering fits in with all of that. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 4. Oh, that didn't piss it off. Okay. Then Beast Bones. I do kind of wish I could pull up the map while I had combat active, but I can't. Alright, I should talk to Kale. I should have warped to Kale first and then come back. We'll figure it out. Is this a dev note? Open for business. Did they add this in? Maybe not. Where's our boy? I thought he was like this way. Hold on, let me... Okay, no. I always come from the other direction, so...
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way. Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
So, do these folks eat runes? I don't necessarily know. But he's hungry, despite having some things to eat. Festering bloody fingers, slivers of meat, beast liver, lump of flesh. We could get these from inside. Wait, do we get these ones from warrior jars? Anyway, this is a lump of beast flesh filled with rich juices. Material used for crafting items found by hunting carnivorous beasts. Meat suitable for a rustic feast. The hand axe is not so important. Armorer's Cookbook 3 for exalted flesh. And Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 5 for Beast Lure Pot. So I will buy this one. I'm going to sell some stuff for it. And then, anyway. The Riveted Wooden Shield. I think this is kind of reminiscent of what we get with the Confessor set, but it looks slightly different. So this is a small wooden round shield that has been reinforced with metal. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a true metal shield. The design riveted to the center represents both sword and tree. Okay, so maybe that's where I got the idea from. So I'll show off my sets. Then the blue gold kite shield is a standard medium-sized metal shield, highly reputed for its solid build and reliability. The design represents the Erdtree foregrounded against a blue sky. So it's just kind of like a T cross type symbol, but the top portion of it still is filled with gold to represent the branches of the Erdtree. So, riveted wooden shield versus... Let me take off that. Where's a good wall? This will be good enough. Yeah, so I think the designs are meant to be a little bit similar. And there might be something on like the Crepus crossbow or something which makes it a little bit more obvious, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
Ah, how nice of you, Lise.
So I'm going to sell some of those extra bits of equipment that I've gotten, the duplicates, because I'm not really going to be using those. So that should be enough. So beast lure pots are actually really strong and have some pretty interesting mechanical interactions. Alright, so let's check out our item crafting repertoire. So Beast Lure Pot is really cool. It's a craftable item prepared using a ritual pot, enchanted with assassin incantations. Consumes FP throw to create a red shadow. The illusion lures in beasts into attacking it. This effect does not change even during combat. So this pot in particular has the two-finger sigil, which is related to the assassins, and this stuff will tie into shadows and beasts, so there's going to be a lot more to talk about this later on in the game, especially with Blythe. But just wanted to show this off for now. So I don't think I actually have a ritual pot yet. And what do we need? We need beast blood and hefty beast bones. So these are kind of a pain in the ass to make right now, because I don't actually know what drops the hefty beast bones other than the rune bears. Which isn't to say that other things don't, I just don't remember. Because I don't really use consumables pretty much ever. Alright, so let's go to Fort Heights, and then we'll talk to Kale after dealing with the things here. Wait, no, I don't want to go this way yet. I do want to go this way now. We got our first golden seed, which is a big lore ticket item. All right. The trees are all gold in the Mistwood? Yes. So I'll talk a lot more about this when we get to Liurnia, but it's a bit easier to show it off there. But yeah, pretty much all of the trees in the lands between that are not like tiny saplings are going to have golden leaves or some variety of gold, unless they're in water, like in Liurnia, for some reason. So I think that's because of like the influence of the Erdtree. And I'll talk a lot more about that when I'm ready. So we've got another ghost guy here.
The demi-humans wax wroth. Now their mother's been taken. Where are you, Lord Kenneth? The night, bedeviled by blood.
So I'm going to be honest, I kind of hate this localization here. If I remember, I think it's a localization issue, bedeviled. Yeah, I guess this isn't so much of a localization thing. I mean, it could have been a little bit better, I suppose. So yeah, even looking at the Japanese, I get the vibe that he's not trying to say that Kenneth-sama is the knight, because he's using Ano Kishi. So, the way that I would change it would be like, the demi-humans were Axroth, now their mothers have been taken, that's fine. Where are you, Lord Kenneth? That's fine. That knight's been bedeviled by blood, which would make it a little bit clearer that this ghost guy is not saying that Kenneth was bedeviled by blood. And on my first playthrough, I was like, okay, so Lord Kenneth, because I didn't realize it was Kenneth Height, because I think I came here first before I went north. So I thought Lord Kenneth Height could have been related to Moog somehow. Because I think we heard about the Lord of Blood, so that's kind of what I thought my first time through. I forgot to check out the Golden Seed. Anyway. So we've got a bunch of Godric soldiers and a dead demi-human queen within Fort Height itself. So all the demi-humans outside are kind of pissed off. And we're attacking us on sight, because they're going to try to infiltrate the fort themselves. Okay, I'm not going to stand next to those barrels. I'm not playing Gribble. Commoner's headband altered. I knew I should have gone up top first. I think I just got too distracted by this treasure here. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 6. It's interesting that the music changed. Alright, so we're going to have a Godric Knight up there in a second. Interesting. So it turned to night. I think that's why we had the music change. Alright. K-Leg dogs drop hefty bones. Alright, thank you, Enter Y. Captini, nice to see you again. Talking about hunger, you always wondered if trolls have their stomach and guts removed to get rid of hunger. Trolls classically are very hungry guys. That's interesting. And then Galamoth thought the troll holes were vestigial cavities of like the fire giant faces, which I think is a very popular idea. It's very strange to me that they seem to have like a gravestone in their chest. But yeah. We've also got like this weird proto-troll looking like demi-human kind of thing in one of the promotional images for the DLC, which I'm very curious about myself. Galamoth says, having to eat every day is actually a pain. You wish you didn't have to. Real talk. It would definitely make living life a hell of a lot easier if you didn't have to eat. Vord B, nice to see you again. Or Vord, nice to see you again. And then Hilko is asking if water is a way for Death Route to bypass the guarded catacombs, maybe. Like some areas almost feel intentionally flooded. What do you think's been intentionally flooded? Because I haven't gotten that vibe myself. That. Alright. Yes, so Nightmare, this was Kenneth Height's fort. He's like the nobleman who's asking for succor. Or a succor, I suppose. And that being us. So this knight has been bedeviled by blood, which is kind of true because he's got the bloody slash attack, which he just hit me with. Because I'm a pro player. I was out of stamina, like I couldn't do anything apparently. Ash of War, bloody slash. Let's actually check out that Ash of War, even though it doesn't really have anything important on it, I don't believe. Here we go. Bloody Slash is a Blood Oath skill granted by the Lord of Blood. From a low stance, coat the blade in your own blood to unleash a rending blood slash in a wide arc. Usable on swords, colossal weapons accepted. That's kind of funny, because I feel like even if a colossal weapon could bleed, they swing so slowly that you'd probably not realistically proc it very often. Alright, good enough there. So let's go up the tower and collect our prize. And then we'll talk to Kale, maybe do the Stranded Graveyard Hero Grave, and then go see Blythe. Dectus Medallion left. Where did it go? Scaleezy said huge weapons have a huge bleed buildup. I guess I've never tried it because they always felt too slow and weren't as reliable for that. And then Aziz, welcome on in. You wish there was a follow-up slash with the bloody slash like the Mortal Blade? Like, almost like Rivers. Oh, you mean like Mortal Blade like Sekiro? Yeah, I see what you're saying there. That could make a lot of sense. Or kind of like the Queen's Black Flame for the Godslayer Greatsword. Something like that would help. Alright, so let's check our medallion. This is the left half of a split medallion depicting the Erdtree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting the Altus Plateau to Liurnia. The right half is said to reside in Fort Feroth in the Dragon Barrow, far to the east. So in my mind's eye, I always read Faroth as far off, like it's a far off fort, but it's just kind of stupid. But it makes it more memorable for me, so I stick with it. So the left half of the Dectus medallion has this weird monk-looking like lady, nun, I don't know what to call her, who has like a lacrosse stick almost. And I wonder if that monk lady is supposed to represent the Carians, because on the right half of the medallion you've got like the Erdtree Sentinel type dudes depicted. And we'll look at those more when we actually get to the lift of Dectus. Then we got the golden seed. So this is a golden seed found at the base of an illusory tree. Increases the sacred flask's number of uses. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattered across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come. So there's a lot to talk about this with the golden seeds, because at the bases of some minor Erdtrees, you'll get like ulcerated tree spirits, and whenever you kill one of those, they themselves will drop golden seeds. And we're told that the Erdtree avatars sprang out of the minor Erdtrees after the shattering. And if the Erdtree avatars and ulcerated tree spirits came from the minor Erdtrees, and they're not like different things essentially, at least in that regard, then to me this would imply that the minor Erdtrees should have already existed for both the avatars and the ulcerated tree spirits to spring out of. And I think because the ulcerated tree spirits drop golden seeds, it shows that the minor Erdtrees had golden seeds within them. And I know a lot of people think that the minor Erdtrees sprang up from the golden seeds, but I disagree with that. I would say that the minor Erdtrees sprang up from the Erdtree's roots and did not grow from seeds themselves. So I would say that they're all kind of clones of the big Erdtree, but they have their own seeds of the Erdtree within them, which would also explain why you can get them from the ulcerated tree spirits. And then I'm pretty confident all of the Erdtree avatars just drop crystallized tears. Speaking of which, I'm glad I kind of said that, because that will remind me to adjust the physic thing that I got. Might as well use this, just so I don't get too used to having extra stamina that I can't see. And I haven't gone to the round table hold yet, so I'll hold off on that. Did I see Microsoft Sekiro-like? You think Sekiro was stuck as a nickname for that? No, I have not. What are you speaking at specifically? Was it something in the Xbox showcase? And then, Hilko, could you give me a little bit more context for your question, because I'm not following? Oh yeah, the whole illusory thing. I'll just leave that alone for now. Right, I know you're talking about the golden seeds, but I'm not sure what you're asking. With the by themselves, you think. I'm not sure what you're saying. Alright, let's go back to the stranded graveyard. I forget that the Cave of Knowledge has its own thing. I'm going to hydrate real quick. Okay. So let's check our keys, since I haven't done that yet. This is a sword-shaped stone key. It breaks the seal on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. And it looks like there's imps on the sides of it as well. And it has like a couple dots, but I don't really know what's going on with these, to be honest. Okay, do I think the golden seeds sprung up minor Erdtrees, or was there tending involved? So I think the minor Erdtrees could have been potentially tended in certain locations, but I think it's just a natural consequence of having a connection to the Erdtree itself, that they just came out of the roots. There was an atrocious Dragon Age trailer, but that's off topic. Oh man, that sucks. I really enjoyed the very first Dragon Age before it like melted my computer back in the day. So I never finished that one, and I wanted to go back. But then I heard the second Dragon Age was just really bad, which feels bad, man. So as we come into the Sainted Hero's Grave, we get our dreaded Chariot. Oh, this is Fringefolk. What is Sainted? That's in Lanedale, isn't it? And then he turns around quickly? No? So I think I want to go to the next area. And so this place is interesting because it has like the Banished Knights chilling around doing their stuff as ghosts. Oh, those ones were Exile Knights, but there will be Banished Knights as well. Not lying, I swear. Oh man, they have more health than I was hoping. Should probably upgrade the weapon or something. I don't think I have any ranged weapons. I thought about buying, but hold on. I have some cookery. Oh well, I'll just deal and get hits. Alright. Yeah, Galamoth says there's a debate on whether or not the Erdtree itself required grafting or being tended to, which is a very contentious topic. I'm gonna get got. There we go. What is this buff? So we deactivated that. I know there's like 2 or 3 imp dudes in here, but I don't remember if there's anything actually useful here. I don't think so, but part of the fun of doing it live. Oh, I know. It's because I have the talisman thing on. Oh, no. Not the talisman, but the flask. Extra charged attack power. The new Dragon Age looks like a League of Legends trailer. Isn't that a good thing, though? Don't most League of Legends cinematics and trailers have like really high production quality, all things considered? It's nowhere near as good as Dragon Age 1. That sucks. Dragon Age 2 has its merits, but it's not perfect. Of the 3 acts, Act 2 is actually excellently well written and interesting, but Act 3 is kind of a rushed mess. I see. Alright. So, this is one of my favorite spots in the game, not for lore reasons, although kind of lore reasons, because it is just really funny to see people get jump scared, if not by the first grafted scion, then the second. One of the most enjoyable things to see for streams. So that's the first grafted scion. I don't even think you can see the second one here. Alright, here we go. And so we've got a statue of a woman without hands, which is potentially supposed to be America, or maybe something predating America, depending on whether or not the catacombs are pre-America and all that. Let me pick up my talisman. Damn it. Oh, he two-shot me. That sucks. He body blocked me, bro. Right, let's put on the other talisman after all. Oh no, I do have this one on. Oh, so I had low HP that entire time. It wasn't the I'm silly. It wasn't the thing. the flask of wondrous physic. Captini's making a weird Teenage Mutant Turtles reference. Let me check this out. It's a good and bad thing. Like, turtles are cool, but you don't want your boss acting like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, if you get the comparison. Oh, like your literal boss. Okay, I see what you're saying there. Get out of here. Oh, so that one just went up. Crafted scions are so gross. They're awesome, aren't they? Legitimately, like, one of the more terrifying enemies in the game. Oh, it's too loud. Oh, man. The double crit sound. Hey guys, I'm not the only one who can whip jumping attacks. I have way less HP than I thought I did. Okay. Clearly we need a hug from Fia soon to reduce our max HP. Damn it, that's too slow. I'm glad I healed. Okay, so no, my other thing was the flask effect. I just got that quickly then. Okay. I do wish that those things stayed deactivated after deaths. That. I'm low HP already. Okay. And I didn't pick up my runes. I didn't even think about it. Oof. This is rough. No Stake of America either. Yeah, Stakes of America were really big game changers. They really helped. There was such a huge quality of life increase for the game. Poison Bone Dart. I've totally gotten killed like walking into them from behind, which feels janky as hell. The chariots. I know a lot of people hate them. I kind of have mixed feelings because I think they're a really cool device that builds a lot of like tension to the game. But they're janky as hell. Go back up. Oh Lord, it's coming. Okay. There we go. Maybe this time I will try to time the flame jets properly rather than just YOLO running. Is it deactivated this time? What the hell's going on? That's some garbage right there. What the hell? I'm not even going to bother hitting it because it doesn't matter. I'm surprised that it like waited for me to line of sight it to get activated. It's kind of dirty. Damn it. Okay. He really did just put me to low HP. This is not good, guys. I think he just clipped me. I needed to keep panic rolling. I felt like I was panic rolling already too much. Oh, the second one dropped in too? Heal. Alright, I'm out of heals. No, I have one left now. Come on. I was not trying to do that. Not the scream. The scream is the only attack with the grafted scion, which I think is a little bit cheap because of how quickly it does come out. Whew, that was rough, but the good news is I can change my talisman and get a bit of extra HP and all that. So Erdtree's Favor. A talisman depicting a special blessing of the Erdtree. Slightly raises maximum HP, stamina, and equipment load. It is said that when the age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon the recipients by Queen Marika herself. So I don't know if the blessings of the Erdtree are technically runes in addition to like its sap and its tears, don't get me wrong, but if it is supposed to be tied into runes, does that make Marika a kind of like finger maiden type figure? Is that essentially what Melina is to us? Like, Melina is to the Tarnished what Marika was to Godfrey? Those are some of the big questions that I've had about this item. Oh, he made it. Waiting for that guy to turn around. How funny would it have been if I just died to fall damage right then? Is the magma blade worth farming for? Galamoth doesn't think they've ever had it drop. It's really cool. If it's worth farming for it, that's just kind of like an individual preference question. I don't think it's like super crazy different from most other types of things. It's just unique, I guess. Maybe that statement was a bit oxymoronic on my part right then. Man Ray farmed for days for their Kratos character to get those. Yeah, the drop rates are pretty brutal. Especially because not many items, or not many enemies drop it to begin with. Captini asks, why don't any of the other maidens have... why don't any of the other Tarnished have maidens? Or did you miss something? So we definitely know that Vike had his own maiden because of her existence in the Frenzy Flame Church. Damn scream. I guess I could keep doing this. There we go. I'm not gonna risk Not getting that punish. Damn it. I was trying to jump and it didn't go. That sucks. Because if I jumped, I would have been moving forward, my positioning would have been better, and I wouldn't have gotten clipped. Yeah, as Josh says, it is pretty wild that we never meet a single maiden, living maiden of the normal variety. I agree. Bernal also had a maiden who cast herself into the fire, kind of. But that's sort of cut content, but not really. Just kind of hinted at, I think. Wait, no. That one is still in the game. It's in, like, the champion set. It was until his maiden cast herself into the fire. Alright, I'm just gonna YOLO run. Because I'm over-wasting this much time for this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, now we're good. Oh yeah, we're real good. I could have just YOLO run that entire time. YOLO ran that entire time? That makes more sense. So this is a bait. I probably shouldn't have triggered the imps. Oh god. I was trying to not swing into that. Okay. I YOLO'd a little too much there. Had Cannon, Melina was Bernal's maiden. I like it. We gonna be here a while? A little bit, yeah. It's because I'm too stubborn for these grafted scions, even though I don't need to fight them, because I already got the talisman, and now it's become personal. Who's that priestess lady who helps during the Radahn fight? She is a puppet. That is Theralina. You can actually see her in Sullivan's storeroom. That's a good question. Hey, Elodelia, nice to see you again. We get a Figure Mater puppin too. I think that one is Theralina. Actually, I guess I never really checked the model to see if it's different. I got lucky. You thought that was Theralina, but she's a puppet during the Radahn fight? Yeah. So pretty much most of the summons for Radahn fight are affiliates of Ranni in one way or another. Not all of them. So like Lionel is not, or so is like Okina's not. I'm trying to remember if you could summon Tragoth for that. I think so. But anyway, you have like Blythe, Theralina. I guess Patches is not like Ranni aligned, but there's somebody else. I think. Anyway. Nothing personnel, kid. Why does the other one drop so quickly? Maybe because I've already triggered this before? I'm gonna try to risk it. Okay. Oh, I wasn't trying to wake him up. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I was not ready for that move. Damn scream. Jump. I'm out of stamina. There we go. Oh no, he's still alive. Oh no, he's still alive. Finally got one down. Holy crap. Now inventory status. 17 HP. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm still not at full, but one of them's down. Try left. Ah, trap. Sure. I should have taken that away for that Dung Eater cosplay. How is it still alive? I mean, this is kind of, I don't want to say like a later game dungeon, but it's certainly not like early, despite being able to come in immediately. I do like that these things have their ornamental straight swords, as well as the Beast Crest shield, or whatever it's called. Why didn't I do this? That's why I didn't do that. So I'm just gonna heal, because I know I wasn't at full to begin with. Maybe I should have been using these things to begin with. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm scared of this. I thought that was gonna finish it. There we go. See, guys, I just had to get good. Simple as just get good. Alright. 133. I had less HP than I thought. I thought I was a little bit over half. This thing's hit really hard. Yeah, so I felt really betrayed by this thing. This looks like a death fall. It looks like a water pit. This is one thing that I do wish was a little bit cleaned up about the design of Elden Ring. Because this stuff's unintuitive as hell. And there's like one other dungeon like this. But I guess like a lot of this stuff is mitigated if you're online specifically to see all of the messages, which is part of why I don't like it. Because like a lot of this stuff is just kind of cool to discover on one's own rather than being told by some rando stranger online that you can't interact with. Hey Emily, Aiden, nice to see you again. Have I looked up the definition of scion? Yes, grafted scion is very literal, you guess. I think the Japanese is a little bit different, which is kind of a cool... Why did I do that? It's kind of a cool feature of the English. I wasn't looking at the screen enough. I was going to try to send the elevator back down. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's just like a really cool coincidence as far as the English is concerned, provided that this naming convention of the grafted scions doesn't come from George R.R. Martin. But if it does, it would make a lot of sense that it would work on 2 levels like that. So yeah, guys, I got good, right? So I'm still good, right? Fearsome Engine, welcome into the stream. Yes, Man Ray, as far as what Galamuth was saying about the 2 fingers being broken for a good long time, that is true. It is part of Blackguard's dialogue, which, you know, it's Blackguard. He calls himself a shithead, so we really shouldn't take him too much at face value. But in Gideon's set, it says that all was broken long ago, including, like, the bent fingers. Something along those lines. So there is something, like, textually, which confirms it beyond just NPC dialogue. Alright, now we don't need to deal with the scions anymore. I'm pretty sure those ones are unique spawns and they don't come back, which is weird. Why some things do come back and then others don't, but anyway. Let's go get our runes for falling off the world. Is Godwin described as a scion of the Golden Bough? Coincidence? Yes. So as far as like the Japanese goes, it's just more like a noble, essentially. I think I would need to double check. But I mean that's literally what nobles are called in English. Like scion can imply like scion of a noble family. So it's really cool how it works on that level. I don't think the spear dudes can use Dragon Communion incantations, but the other sword ones can. But I think this dude might have a 2 fingers healing spell, despite being a ghost. I don't want to kill him. I probably should have turned the HUD on. But he's also a banished knight, so he might be able to kill me. Oh man. So I don't know if this one will do the 2 fingers incantation, so I'm just gonna like sandbag him. Or maybe it's only the ones in Castle Soul. I don't know. There's also the possibility that the spear dudes just don't do it. I'm gonna die if I keep screwing around. Yeah. Oh, I was trying to kick him. Whoops. Okay. Captini asks, how's the translation with Siluria's tree? It always brings Silurian hypothesis to your mind, and it kind of relates to stuff related to the Crucible. So yes, as far as like the term Siluria goes, it seems to be close enough. Let me look at it real quick. Yeah. It's always a little bit difficult trying to decipher stuff like that because Siluria is very clear in English, but as far as like the Japanese goes, it's Shiruria. So Shiruria, is that supposed to be Siluria? I think once you get Ordobisu to go with that, it makes it a little bit clearer that it should be like Siluria as in Silurian epoch and whatnot. I don't know if I can do this without a real ranged option. Well, only one way to find out. Let's do this real quick. Oh. I don't think that worked. Bro, where am I throwing it? Oh, that's too low. Yeah, I think I need a legitimate bow. I'm pretty confident I just hit it. The cookery seemed to be a little bit heavier, so I'll just throw one. Alright, yeah, that's a fail. Damn it, so I'm gonna have to do this normally? Screw that, let's go to Kale? Or is it this dude? I think this dude sold a bow for 600. Hey, Without Horns, nice to see you again. Inigo thinks that the greater will is pretty much gone or waning, whether by choice or forced. I don't necessarily know. I don't really think... I think there might be more people who think the greater will has like more of an agenda than it might actually. I tend to think of it kind of like just the unmasked differentiation of wills. Which sounds like gobbledygook on its own, I suppose. Should be good enough.
All done? Well,
Now I've got to go all the way back down to the stupid place. Anyway. The graphic design's face almost looks like a child, which is kind of creepy. Oh yeah, I think it's definitely supposed to be reminiscent of a child. Which makes it extra creepy indeed. I was too close. John Spence, welcome on in. The one that bothers you is Liurnia being Liurnia. Exactly. Transliteration of stuff like that is not an exact science by any means. So I definitely don't envy the localizers on that front. One of the ones that does get me, though, is... I mean, a lot of the ones in Dark Souls 2, to be honest. But, like... what's his name? Vendrick was essentially, like, Van Claude in the Japanese. I assume. Although there might be, like, something more to it, and I just have no idea. So... yeah, I don't know. I feel like there must be, like, some design documents. Because Miyazaki has said in interviews that he does take a lot of... time, at least with coming up with names for characters specifically, but he feels bad at being able to name games. So I feel like if he's kind of like a linguistic nerd as far as the etymology of names goes, that I would consider the names to be like pretty faithful for the most part. Although, yeah, I definitely wonder at times with the things like Vendrick, because There's no real way to get, like, Von Claude out of Vendrick if the English characters came first. So it's a little bit of, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do I have any theories for the state in which we find Ronnie's fingers? So, I don't know if, like, how much connections the fingers are meant to actually have to the Great Runes and whatnot. Obviously, there's some connection to some extent because we get the benediction from the other ones. But were those fingers also directly related to those children, or did the children just come to, like, contact with those fingers individually and got the runes? There's so much tinfoil to go along with the Great Runes and the fingers that I just don't really have the best of ideas. Because I think Ronnie's fingers are alive up until the point she gets the Finger Slayer blade from us and leaves us. And more specifically, after we kill the Baleful Shadow in the Lake of Rot, I think Ronnie's fingers are alive at that point. And then she kills it, which might explain the blood. Although I'm pretty sure the Finger Slayer blade says it's covered in blood, so maybe it could have come from the blade instead. So, I guess the long story short is no. I don't really have a thought on that. I got lucky that time. I didn't realize the staggered them that much. Let's equip our bow. And our arrows are already done. Can't wait to screw this up. Wait, how do I... Oh. The way that I use the bow is by using the bow. Hey, Moxie, nice to see you. Oh, I think I need to hit the wires. That makes more sense. Hey, GG. I don't know why we get to auto-loot the Erdtree Great Bow. I think it's kind of funny that this happens this way. But yeah, this is how you get this item. This is one of the items that I missed on my first playthrough, just because I did not know about the pots up at the top of the arena, or what, the catacombs, whatever you want to call it. So this is a great bow featuring Erdtree styling. In times of old, when faith and battle went hand in hand, this weapon was created in tandem with the golden great arrow. Scales all arrow damage with faith, revealing its true worth when used with holy infused arrows. So that's pretty straightforward there. And then, like, the arrows themselves don't really say too much. Yeah. Okay. Have I heard anything about what? Am I being set up for a joke? Oh, for V-limits and the contest stuff. No, yeah, so the judging period doesn't start until, like, the 14th, I think? Something like that. And V-limit says it's the 16th is the latest, but the winners will hear anything. I'm not beating the yapping allegations? Okay, bro, I don't care. Then be gone. No love lost there. Yeah, I don't remember what date it said specifically for the contest details, but I'm pretty sure V-Limit's right that, like, the 16th is the final date that they'll do the judging. I don't know if they're going to announce things until later, though. So we've got a couple days wait left, at least. So we got another Banished Knight dude over here. I think he has a pretty cool item next to him. No imps to ambush us for once. He seems to be praying. Oh no. Oh, so this dude will have Dragon Communion stuff if he's got the Great Sword. So I'm gonna back up and sandbag a bit for the flamethrowers. So these dudes have the hoods on them, which is cool. No! I'm pretty confident this guy can use the flamethrower stuff, but I wonder if they tuned down the AIs in this spot specifically, because this is kind of an early game area. There we go. Yeah, so they have Dragon Communion spells, which is pretty cool. So, as far as the Banished Knights themselves go, I wonder if they're related to anything with the DLC, because they've almost got, like, the quintessential Omen-esque horns on their armor. Or maybe that's more of a veteran set type thing. He's a tanky boy. Okay. Dragon Communion Seal. Okay, so that's... He does have an important item. That's what it was. So he drops it directly himself. And we get Dragon Wound Grease. So let's go ahead and check that out. So this is a 4-bliss Drakeblood seal with a Dragon Communion crest. Enhances Dragon Communion incantations. The sacrificial devouring of the heart gives power. Indeed, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. This seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. So this ties into the whole stuff with the Dragon Communion incantations we saw at the church a moment ago. There's a couple moments ago, really, where there life force or whatever it was. There's like 2 primal in nature. The power was pure. That's what it was. And this kind of built into that by saying the dragons are 2 primal in nature. So cool stuff there. The dragon communion seal is kind of reminiscent of Placidusax and its heads, although it doesn't seem to have like the full numbering of them. Anyway. The banished hat is Jay Dixon's favorite. Nice. It has the spurs. You think it's a dragon horn. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not trying to say it's like specifically Placidusax, but it just kind of reminds me of it a little bit. Alright, Clown Scum, you have a good night, and nice to see you again. Alrighty. I don't remember how many things I've used. I'm going to turn on the HUD briefly. I think I used 2. Ooh, I've used 3. So I'm going to struggle against our guy here. So I'm just going to teleport back up to the top. I think the Chariot should still be dead after you kill it the one time. And then we'll go fight our ulcerated tree spirit. Why did I come here? Our ulcerated tree spirit, and then get Oleg. And talk to Kale. Did I talk to Kale? No, I did not talk to him. And then we'll go see Blythe. I kind of forget just how much really is in Limgrave. And if the DLC is like roughly the size of Limgrave, but it has like way more density throughout it, we're going to have a lot of content to sink our teeth into. I think some people were saying that the alleged size of the DLC is kind of like the equivalent of the base game of Dark Souls 3, which, to be fair, might be true, but I'm certain the quality of the assets for Elden Ring are going to be larger than what was in Dark Souls 3 as well, so just take that with a grain of salt, I suppose. Hey Paisan, nice to see you again. Alright, and so I guess since we've got a little bit of a walk ahead of us, one of the cooler things about the Fringe Folk Hero's grave is that I left my cookeries on. One of the cooler things is we've got these kind of banners. I've wondered whether or not they're supposed to depict dragons, but these bodies kind of unironically remind me of the Erdtree avatars, except that they have heads, which I don't really know what to make of that. I think they're supposed to depict the dragons kind of found on the Banished Knight helmets, but it's just kind of weird how that works out. I don't want to deal with the exile soldiers. I'm just going to run past everything. Ooh, and we get our grave glovewort. I didn't realize how many dudes there were here. Alright, and so we got a Stake of America here. And the ulcerated tree spirits. Oh, I was not expecting that range somehow. So this is like one of the worst spots to fight an ulcerated tree spirit, just like... Oh, I got 2-shot. Okay. It's very cramped. The camera is cramped. It's not great. Between this one and the one underneath Stormvale Castle. Actually, I feel like the Stormvale Castle is a little bit better. You think it looks like the cuckoo thing and like a dragon moxie? It's ambiguous. Hey, Night Scout, nice to see you again. Damn it. He did the exact same thing because I was focused on my runes. I need to heal so I don't get 2-shot. I hate this. How did I whip that? And it still got me. I can't tell if I'm up. Nope. And I whiffed that. I just need to not lock on, I guess. Oh my god. truly one of the bosses in Elden Ring. This is kind of a weird AI pattern it's on right now. It killed me? I thought I was full. I don't mind the ulcerated tree spirits too much. The only attack that does annoy me is the fire that comes out of the ground. Oh yeah, and I guess I should talk about the actual physiology of the thing, but before that, Night Scott said, it's interesting that Oleg has the Dragon Crest Black Knight helm, but all the Black Knights here have the Scarf version. The Scarf version Black Knights have eaten dragon hearts, hence their communion fire breath. I don't think it's necessarily the helmets that dictate it, it's that the spear users have like two-hand their weapons, so they don't have a free chance to cast with their left hand for dragon communion stuff. Whereas the great sword users one-hand their weapons, and so they switch between having a shield and pulling out the seal for it. Yeah, Van Claude John Dam, exactly, for Vendrick. It's your least favorite enemy? They're kind of like the tree dragons, though. The design's pretty cool. So they kind of remind me of the Pus of Men from Dark Souls 3, which is kind of unfortunate, but it feels like you have like 3 Dark Souls enemies in different coats when you play through Elden Ring at times. Maybe Oleg betrayed the Storm King? I don't know, because I feel like he accepted Morgoth's offer well after the Stormlord had been vanquished. But he was a wing of the storm, which I'll talk about when we get that item. Hey, he didn't squish me immediately. So that's not a good sign, because he's going to do some other stuff. Oh god, I hate this. He just smacked me out of the sky, backhanded, no respect at all. So I dodged way too early. It's because I'm backing up. Okay, I just need to keep rolling forward. So that's the thing about this boss specifically. You want to roll into it to dodge its attacks, but by rolling into it, you can't see what the hell it's doing. And I'm not like complaining, I'm just like making observations, even though I'm sure my tone of voice sounds like I'm complaining about that. Let's pick those up. I rolled way too soon, but okay, he was too far away. So for that, like a grab attack, you want to wait until its mouth opens a little bit, slightly delay it, and then dodge. I know that attack trips up a lot of players. And I hate this one because it just keeps going. I think there's more to it. I was out of range. Trying to get my stamina back. There we go. Come on. There we go. I was hoping that was going to kill it and look really cool. Heal. Oh, not this one. That's the garbage attack right there. You just can't see what's going on. Uh-oh. I'm out of stamina, I think? Okay. Not binoculars. I wanted the other one. This is what I get. How is he still up? I had a feeling it was gonna live. Oh no, oh no. I don't even know how much HP I had. Couldn't have been much. I couldn't tell if that was the aura explosion or the ground one. Without horns is 30 minutes behind stream. It seems like that was happening to a lot of people tonight. Beeman said this song's already ingrained in your head hard enough from editing that contest video. My condolences, my man. Emily asks, is there a lore reason or a theory for why the tree spirits are like serpents and dragons, by the way? Is it like a perversion kind of thing since serpents are the enemies of the Erdtree? So that's a good question. I never thought about it being a perversion of the Erdtree. I just thought because of the sigils, like the dragon one, that because the dragons are like super condensed locuses of primal power, and runes are essentially primal power, not personified, but objectified in items and whatnot, that things relating to a condensed form of rune energy, matter, whatever you want to call it, tend to become more draconic in nature. So that's kind of like my thought about that right there. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say that that was greedy angry. I just felt like I didn't have much in the way of options because I couldn't tell what attack it was doing. Let me pick these up. Otherwise, it's going to bother me. I tried dodging. It's so annoying that I couldn't lock onto him. And then I didn't actually jump attack. Dude, I really hate the inputs for Elden Ring. It's my biggest complaint about it. And then I didn't jump attack again. I just jumped. Oh my god. And I hit the wall. Alright, that one was definitely me. I can accept responsibility for getting hit right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, come on! So the first swing was definitely me. The second one I was trying to do it properly. I was trying to get a little bit of extra damage where I could. That was not good. I need to heal. Here we go. Okay, perfect. That's not good. I think I'm out of juice. Phase 2? No, okay, yeah, I'm out. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, like that one, I just didn't know what it was doing. I guess I should have backed up, but it's really hard to tell that sometimes. V-Limit says, you think the massive buffer window and the main defensive option being tied to the release of a button that's also tied to backstepping and running is super frustrating. Yeah, actually, that is one of the things that took me the longest to get used to in Elden Ring. There were times where I thought I dodged, but what had happened was, I was trying to run and dodge out of the running animation, but there's like this weird frame window where if you transition into the run animation you cannot dodge. That was unintuitive as hell. And that took me a lot of time to realize that like that's how it worked. Because there were many times where I felt like I had dodged, but it was because I was cycling between animations or something like that. Hey, Dev Chappelle, welcome on into the stream. Nice to see you again. Yeah, fire is bad for me. Okay. I don't know what it's doing. Alright, here we go. Damn it. That's too far away that time to capitalize. Okay. Alright guys, this is the run. I can say this with confidence. Because I don't want to take more time than I have been, so let's just speed it. Stuck on his arm. And then I whiffed it. I also don't like that you lose your lock on after you visceral something. I'm gonna get hit. I tried dodging. I was too slow. That one was definitely me. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna die. I get one shot from that? Okay, that's infuriating. Alright, I will actually pull out the secret weapon. I was going to do that last run, but then like I kind of crushed it at the beginning, so I was like, okay, if I can preserve my honor while still looking kind of good, I'll do it. But I'm past that. I just want to beat him and not get caught up on time, so we're going to do it. This is probably a bad idea in all things considered. I meant to use my other juice. So oh man. Sweet, he's pissed at them. Oh god. I think he killed both of them. So I'm just gonna back up this time. Please don't kill me. Oh my god. I'm out of stamina. I can't hit it. Oh, I can. Heal, please. Not like this. Don't choke like this. Damn it. Alright, that was a good attempt. With the DLC, which storyline am I looking forward to? Pretty much anything relating to America and or the Glomide Queen. The tree spirits can bleed, but notably seem to leak a type of sap instead. The red stuff might be inflamed resin. I never thought about it as resin. That's an interesting idea, though. And the worm archives. Welcome into the chat. Watching a dude fight a devilish tree spirit is a weird motivation to come back. Perhaps you've forgotten the struggle. The fact that these tree spirits are ulcerated implies they've been harmed? Yes. Or that something's wrong with them. No. That's awkward. What is going on? Okay. We're gonna YOLO it. A trooper for fighting with no HUD. That's what it gets. Oh no. No. That's so annoying. I couldn't run away. Like, by the time he was in his animation, there just wasn't enough time to react. That's the thing that annoys me about Elden Ring with some of its bosses. It really feels like you need aggro getters for some of them. So even though I said I didn't mind the ulcerated tree spirits, that is the one attack that doesn't bother me with them. Well, there's that plan. Please don't kill me. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, there goes my runes finally. That's what I get for autopiloting it. Korn really wants some Radagon backstory. I feel like the more we get of America, the more we will learn of Radagon too. All these rips. Siegmeyer, welcome on in. Should have enough time to heal with that. No idea what's going on. Still no idea what's going on. Out of stamina for the extra hits, so I'll just go for the thing. He's cheating! No, seriously, did you, like, what was that animation? Oh my god, okay, so I rolled too far. Didn't he go from, like, idle to, like, halfway into that animation? Or was I just not paying close enough attention because I was trying to summon? These tree spirits are garbage, this one and the Hailing Tree in particular. I feel like this one, the Hailing Tree one, is really annoying, but at least there's a little bit more room to work with, relatively speaking. And also by the time you get to that point, you can really do a lot of work with the tools available. I think this one and the Stormveil one are the worst. Why'd I do that? Come on, bro. Didn't know it was that attack. That sucks. There we go. I've just taken way too much damage for nothing. In some ways, it's worse having these things out, because it's harder to predict where he's going to go. So I'm assuming he's going to explode. Alright. Why can't I move? Oh, I'm trying to cast a spell? Damn it. Hey guys, my footsteps are silenced. I've got him now. He's not gonna hear it coming. Oh god. Oh, he got me in the roll. Yeah, that one time it got both the summons. Instant transmission. Scarlet Rot makes sense because it's the putrid ones. You still think they're basically zombie trees or parts of trees that would have died, but instead grew into these. So I think because they were disconnected from the Erdtree's roots, they're literally headless from the main head Erdtree. Do the Great Tree roots extend that far? Absolutely they do. Damn it. Because we also have Erdtree avatars up there as well. Why couldn't I roll? Perfect. And I whiffed it. There it goes. This is annoying. I thought I had a little bit more health than that. The tree goes Super Saiyan? He really does, though. This is the new Deathrite bird for me. Why no HUD? It's a bit more fun for like a lore playthrough. Up until that stuff happens. Oh, I dodged. Okay. That kills me. Okay, so that's a one tap. I don't think I got hit before that, but okay. That's what I get for being underleveled and not upgrading my weapon yet. So like when a tumor grows hair and teeth, you find out it was your twin, but with trees. Come on, man. What is going on? And he clips me with that after all of that garbage. Okay. I thought he was going to hit me again. Oh my god. This is worse than the Elden Beast. Finally an attack I can see coming and it... Okay, I was late on that one. That one was me. Okay, so that is a one-hit kill for sure then. Alright, so I've got an idea, and this is probably not going to work. That's the fun thing about ideas. It's not really worth it. Just increasing as much fire resistance as I can. Because if I don't get one shot, that'll be great. But if I don't, it's whatever. Oh man, this is ugly. Okay, so 2 attacks is the max on that. Okay, I was way too slow on that one. Need to be a little bit faster. Siegmeyer thinks the Halig tree might be grown from the Erdtree sapling or grafted. You think there's some evidence he was experimenting with minor Erdtrees in the church? Yeah, I think a grafted sapling would make a lot of sense for the Halig tree thing. And we were talking earlier on the stream about like trees being grown with blood, and I didn't mention like Miquella's Halig tree being one of them. Tumors grow because cells keep growing out of control instead of going through the apoptosis and the program cell death, which is your theory for them. I whiffed it. We got hits. And there was the roll. That was buffered. Okay. Oh, that was lucky. I mean, all skill, right? I don't think the result of Destined Death being removed. I think that one was actually the Shattering. Oh, that was different. Okay. Oh, man. I can't believe I'm fighting him with a +0 weapon. Good for me. I mean, I'm stubborn. And speaking of stubborn, I'm just going to switch back to the other armor. Because this one's annoying me visually. I really don't think like 3 points worth of fire resistance is worth it. And if these things... Oh man, that's garbage. If these things weren't holy resistant, I would be using my buff a bit more. Maybe I've been strafing to the wrong side. I know I shouldn't go for 3 attacks, but I still did that right then. Alright, I'm stuck. That sucks. I just got smacked in the face. Can't tell what he's doing. Oh no. Hey, I lived. Okay. I'm gonna make a regretful choice and try to summon now. Uh-oh. I was just... panic rolling way too much. Oh wait, I lived? I figured. I need to preserve my stamina. Whew. A chance has arrived. I don't believe I've killed it. I can't see it. Okay. Oh, that was pure luck, honestly. I'm glad that didn't kill me. I'm out of juice. Oh no, oh no. Damn it, I got caught in the animation. That went better. If abundant life equals curse equals tumors, without horns thinks we would see more cancers on omens then, right? That is kind of what the horns are. No, I did not do an Arkham stream. Oh, the Lies of P-Boss that looked like Bane? Yeah, I got by that guy a lot. Was this pre-nerfs? No, it was not. Thanks for the good attempt. Appreciate that. It's a good fight. Makes you want to go headless. I mean, after a while, you get a feel of things. Obviously, I'm pretty underleveled for this spot here in particular. But it's not the worst. It's close to the worst, though. And I whiffed that attack because he was moving still. Here we go. Nope. I didn't have enough stamina to roll, I don't think. Oh, he just tried to double headbutt me. There we go. I've switched off my targeting computer? What's wrong? What do you mean by that? Oh no, oh no. I hate that stuff. It's going for the grab. Is it going for me? No. What is going on with this guy? Alright, so the summon was worthless. Or not. Okay, I got Envoy back. And I whipped all of those. Roll. I'm out of stamina. Okay. I was afraid he was going to do the big explosion. Oh, I got it off. Okay. Why did I do this? Whew. I was way too greedy with that. Okay, I got lucky with that. Okay, chance has arrived. Oh, I whiffed it. I think this is my last heal. Oh, no, 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 no. Damn it. He's gonna explode. I thought I rolled too early. A chance. Enemy felled. Golden Seed and Banished Knight Oleg. I forgot just how tanky this dude is. Despite it being like technically the first boss one can encounter beyond the Grafted Scion. Oh yeah. So we're in the catacombs. There's a lot to talk about. So this is an illustrated tree spirit, a spirit of the tree. And then as we're down here, we see the roots of the Erdtree / Great Tree, which we talked a bit about with root resins and whatnot, but we'll talk about that more when we actually pick up that item and the cyst of the Death Prince, or whatever it is. Pustule. Oh, okay, for the force thing. I see what you're saying. I just didn't hear it with the inflection based off the text. Thanks for the GGs. Alright, so yeah, we've got all these bodies being integrated into the roots of the trees, which is really weird because it's like, how do they get into the sky? Do they float up? Some weird tree magic. Or maybe it's a possibility that the trees and the bodies were already in the ground above here and they just got pushed down further and further with the roots. Either way, it's still kind of a weird, crazy thing to see. So, right. Let's check our new spirit ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Oleg, the Banished Knight. One of the two knights known as the Wings of the Storm. After his banishment, he attracted the notice of the grace-given lord, and later, having slain 100 traitors as to the lord's hand, Oleg earned the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. So, the Japanese is a bit more explicit that it's the Wings of the Storm Lord and not necessarily the Wings of the Storm. So the Banished Knights are canonically affiliated with the Storm Lord, which we'll learn not much more about with Ingval, but he's like the other Wing of the Storm. So Oleg and Ingval. Alright, so Night Scott was saying that shattering the Elden Ring probably didn't help matters, but the locations for most of the tree spirits seem to imply that Deathblight is the main offender. And Emily thinks the spirits could be meant as a sign that the Erdtree actually isn't perfect, immortal, healthy, hence losing its branches that then turn into tumor-covered monsters. Emily would need to see more connections with Destined Death, but they feel like they would have more visual connotations of Deathblight, but respect the opinion. Okay. It's like Monster Hunter not knowing what the boss's HP is. It's kind of funny because that's one of the things that I dislike about Monster Hunter. But I pretty much only do this for like lore stuff. So we're not going to return to the entrance. We're just going to teleport on out to Kaylee. Alright. Ooh, the frames. So we're going to learn a bit more about Blythe. And then maybe buy some things? Oh yeah, I can't really do that here. Forgot I pulled out the telescope. I'm going to try the trick again. It failed.
It's you again. Always a pleasure. Care to purchase anything? The howl of a wolf. In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Alright, we got the finger snap gesture, and we've learned more about Blythe. So there's really nothing else that I want from him, so I'll just probably upgrade my weapon and whatnot.
Goodbye for now.
So, smithing stone 1, 2, 3. Probably should have done that way earlier, but I also didn't really have the luxury of the runes. Gonna level up. Oh yeah, so we got the golden seed from that illustrated tree spirit, which I'd been mentioning. So we get another flask. And I guess I'll leave the flasks as they are for now. We'll do the Melina stuff tomorrow because it's going to take a lot of time to like discuss everything in the round table hold. And so level up. Do more vigor with this HUDless run for sure. Now let's go to Blythe. And then we'll step foot in. Wait, no. I did want to go to the other one. Not the Abigail first. Okay. Yeah, without horns, I did take on the 2 grafted scions in there. They kicked my ass for quite a while, but I was stubborn, like I was with the tree spirits, and got the job done. Stella says, here I'm choosing to not see my HP, so this choice isn't taken away. True. I just don't like in Monster Hunter, that it's really hard to see how much damage you're even inflicting on the enemies, and the attacks don't seem to register for a lot of them. Like, let's go see that demi-human dude. In Elden Ring and FromSoft games, except for like super giant enemies, it seems like there's a lot more staggering type animations. So this dude's pretty big, but you can like see him get hit. And even with the ulcerated tree spirit, it just felt a bit better than how Monster Hunter looks to me. Which isn't to say that it doesn't play well, because I've never played it myself, so it probably feels better than it looks. But that's part of the reason why I can never, like, be interested enough in Monster Hunter to try it. Just the weightiness of this game feels really good, minus the input issues. Moxie doesn't think the Erdtree's healthy. Apparently, girdling roots can cause trees to stop producing sap and cause the tree to lean. So, are you talking about the current Erdtree or like the Shadowlands Erdtree? Blythe's great NPC design. He's so imposing, then it turns out he's a good boy. Or is he? I don't want to wake up the Rune Bear. Mistwood ruins. So I think we need to go on this side. I was turned around. And snap like over here. Something like that. Is that it? No, that's just materials. Some more gold tinged poop. Oh, I need to use the gesture. What am I doing? It's been... Okay. I forgot the collie thing. So we need to go down this way. So I was in the right spot a second ago. Let's see him hop down. Yeah, seeing Blythe for the first time is really cool. I do kind of wish we had more enemies like him, like werewolves, because we don't really. I don't know what else to say.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward. Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale.
So it does fascinate me that Blythe says that Darrowell is a traitor, because we're told from the Bloodhound Knight's armor set that they cannot betray their lords. So if Darrowell is a traitor, then that would imply that Ronnie was never his true master. And we do have a mask in the visage of Blythe near one of the towers in the Three Sisters, which implies that somebody tried to disguise themselves as Blythe to inflict harm upon Ronnie. And we don't know who that is, because it could have been a pre-shattering event. It could have been post-shattering. If it was pre-shattering, maybe Godwin sent the assassin. Maybe Ronnie retaliated. If it was post Night of the Black Knives, then the assassin may have been trying to kill a puppet, which I don't know how effective they'd be at their job, but regardless, they ended up failing because we can find that mask later on there.
Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale.
So, the other thing that's a little bit odd about the whole Darrowell situation is that E.G. definitely knows, maybe he gets this information from Blythe after the fact. He definitely knows about this Everjail because he imprisons Blythe in it later, but Blythe is oblivious as hell and doesn't know where Darrowell is. Or maybe he's just pretending to be oblivious. I don't exactly know. So it seems as though E.G. and Ronnie might be keeping Blythe at more of a distance than Blythe is led to believe, because they might be afraid of him turning Bale and trying to kill them all. So we get the Forlorn Hound Everjail. And I think there's the summon sign. Oh, maybe we need to die first. We shouldn't have too many issues against this guy, but we'll see. If I die, I'll summon Blythe. If not, if he dies, he dies. Jay Dixon said, is that the only clue to the jail later? You've always had him already killed. Yeah. So, if you enter this Everjail after talking to Blythe, he tells us, oh, you summoned him in here. Okay. So we touch a gold summon sign to get Blythe the half-wolf. Wait, why is he a half-wolf? I never thought about that. Is Malekith a full wolf? Why would Blythe be a half-wolf? If he's part of Ronnie, does that make Ronnie half-wolf? Red Wolves of Radagon. Oh no. America would be a full wolf. Question mark? I'll need to look into this. This is blowing J. Dixon's mind? Great, I'm glad to hear it. Pixie said, you think it's something to do with how people have become less beastly over time? Right, but I mean, if you think about it, time shouldn't necessarily be the issue between Marika and Ronnie, because Ronnie is essentially a direct descendant of Marika / Radagon, so this isn't like a genetic thing or a time thing. Well, I mean, you might be right, though, because this might not be a genetic thing, and it could be like an Elden Ring influence type thing, I guess. This is kind of weird now that I think about it. Night Scout said, it's half-wolf is probably because he's like a beast man of Fair Missoula. Well, no, I get that, but my question is, like, if Malekith, we don't know if he's a full wolf, but he's definitely a hell of a lot more bestial than Blythe is. And that's only one generation removed from Marika. So, is the Karian side responsible for this? There was some cut dialogue from Renala where she calls Blythe her son. But, I mean, we're told by E.G. that, you know, Blythe is essentially adopted by Renala. So, I guess there is that kind of, like, weird furless patch on his face for Blythe.
Darrowell, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Alright, so let's try to get him to face me again. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to fight his Darrowell. He's a little bit camera shy, so let's do it this way. If I can. Nope, I cannot. Actually, maybe we could do it this way. Oh, it's once we leave the center ring. Okay. So I really like the Bloodhound Nightsword. So he doesn't get the full crit spot. He did the special move. That was a lot faster than I expected. Blythe the half-wolf has returned to their world. We get the Bloodhound's Fang. And that's it. And how does Sirash fit into all this? On Godfrey's back. That's how he fits in. And I guess this is a better angle and lighting for Blythe's face anyway. Pixie doesn't think Blythe has any shared genes with any other characters that we know of. And then Moxie said, you thought they were meant like half-brother because he's like her half-brother? Yeah, I mean, I get that, but that doesn't necessarily make him a half-wolf implicitly. But he does have like these different colored patches of hair, or maybe just not as much full hair on his face in spots. And I guess this is as good as a time as any to point out that Blythe does have purple eyes, like Melena's eye, like the beast eye, etc. And you get the wolf, or not the wolf, but I think the moon at any time of day after you do the Everjail, and get ready to talk to Blythe here. So let's go ahead and check out our cool new sword, which I can't use. So maybe I should do Dex. I've never actually used this because I did more strength stuff, but this is still kind of a great sword. Maybe I'll pivot. Oh no, I still need more strength, so I can adjust to this later on. Okay. So this is a curved greatsword with a gently undulating blade wielded by Bloodhound Knights, a fearsome blade capable of brutal airborne attacks. And okay, nothing too important about that.
Right. There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Somber smithing stone 2.
Oh yes. I should say, if you venture north to Raya Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways.
So if you do attack Blythe and kill him here, he will just respawn and tell us that no harm can befall a shadow. And he's not vulnerable to White Shadow's lure or Beast Blood pots. Or Beast Lure pots, I guess. So yeah, that's it for this section of the Ronnie questline. And the next time we see Blythe will depend on whether we become part of Ronnie's crew or if we go to the Radon Festival. And I guess before we go to Caelid at some point, oh no, let me do this. We could just teleport over here to the Bridge of Sacrifice. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Einat and Revenant, welcome back to the stream. Do I think Bloodhounds are human under the armor? Maybe. I mean, if Zamorians are human, sure. If not, then maybe not. Because their features are like really elongated. They kind of remind me of like Voldo from Soul Calibur. But anyway. Night Scout says, perhaps the Everjail unique aura indicates a prisoner has become a revenant and is now stuck forever, unable to actually be freed. I don't know, because, I mean, I guess Vike doesn't have that. I need to pay attention to which ones have the aura and whatnot. But yeah, I wonder if that is how revenants are created. But if so, it doesn't make sense that they would, like, grow so many limbs, I guess. Royal Revenant, Golden Lineage Everjail. Maybe that's one way to keep the memories from returning to the Erdtree. Maybe it's just like a big diss to whoever they throw in there. Pigsy says, yeah, honestly, why is Melena's purple eye a Gloam eye when it could be a beast eye? Well, we don't exactly know whom the beast eye comes from originally. I think there was something in 1.0 that said it was like Malekith's eye. But I think the Japanese is more like it was given to us from Malekith. And it might have just been a bit ambiguous, I suppose. Emily says, anyone have a guess for what the fingers actually are? Is there a connection between the finger creepers? Are they actually plants? So this is tinfoil heavy speculation theory, but I wondered whether or not the crossed trees that we saw in the DLC trailer with the girl that summons the butterflies, if that depicts a two fingers in the background related to trees. And so I think they have to have some connection to the tree, or at least the Erdtree. So maybe they're like tree things? I don't really know beyond that though. Without Horn says, are the royal revenants not grafted? We don't know, to be honest. I mean, they definitely look like they are. And if you look at the Zoli's video, it'd be kind of hard to come to other conclusions. But we were looking at something the other day on stream which pointed out that things which get thrown into the Everjails are said to like be thrown in there to become revenants. I think it's Blythe's dialogue. Yeah. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, I can't share it with you on my monitor. Let me... Darrowell? Because it was part of Aege's dialogue. Not Aege's, but Blythe's. Okay, so Blythe says, Darrowell, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No, this is where it ends for you. Right there you are. Okay, hold on. Rotting in a cell is no true justice? Okay. So the Japanese says, like, a man such as you to end up becoming a revenant of a jail, ... And, like, that's just kind of how Japanese works sometimes, because it's, like, high context. So he's saying, like, for somebody like you, Darrowell, to end up rotting as a revenant in an Everjail, I will kill you. I'll make you disappear instead for you. So, it's always a strong possibility that Blythe could be speaking metaphorically here or figuratively, and that Darrowell might not turn into a legitimate revenant, because he's called Yuki in Japanese, and that's what they use for the revenants, the royal revenants elsewhere. So this comes in, like, this is like one of the quintessential questions of lore theorizing. What should be taken literally versus what should be taken figuratively, especially as it pertains to NPC dialogue. And as I was just saying a moment ago, Blythe is pretty oblivious as to Darrowell being in this Everjail, so it seems like he's been left in the dark about other parts of the way that the world operates, so he might not have the fullest understanding of this either, I suppose. Galmoth says the two fingers talisman depicts the two fingers with legs. If it doesn't, you don't know what it is. So I think it's a possibility that the quote-unquote legs of the two fingers is just like a shadow. But anyway, that imagery is really funny to me, because I think Smotown had a video with two fingers that had legs, because I think the artist that he sent the commission to didn't exactly know what the two fingers were and kind of gave it legs, which is kind of funny, just in the grandest scheme of things there. And then Emily says, it's interesting we don't see any actual spiders in Elden Ring that they're aware of, but there are things that are described as spider-like, such as revenants and grafted Zions. I will say we haven't seen spiders yet. Who knows with the DLC? Because, I mean, if we've got a bunch of asset reuse from Bloodborne, from Dark Souls, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a spider-type thing from Bloodborne. You wonder if there's a secret spider keeping in the background of the lore? Perhaps an outer god? You don't know. Well, we do kind of have the scorpion, but obviously scorpions are not spiders. Galmoth says the Gek was a spider. Okay. So, alright everybody, I spent way too much time trying to deal with the ulcerated tree spirits and the grafted scions, so I've gone way over time for tonight. So we will be going live again tomorrow, same standard time of 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I take it back, that's technically tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and all of that. There's a chance that I might be late for stream on Friday, so we'll just have to play that one by ear. So just keep that in mind for now. So till next time, take care, stay safe. Last Protagonist out.